topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yeah.
Yes, we back again. Happy Wednesday. What up, AD?
What up, what up? Welcome back. What's good?
What's up, everyone? What's up in the cafe room?
It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go. Yeah.
So how has it been since the last time we
It's been good.
seen each other?
Just been steady, been rocking, been rolling, been doing things. You know, visited my folks.
How was that?
It was cool. I got to visit them once a month. They far away, so I got to, do a long drive, visit them out there, say what's up, make sure everything's cool. And that's it.
When you go back home, do your parents make you feel like a kid, or do
Yeah. I'm an only child, so it's like they don't know any better.
do
know
you
what I
like
mean?
it?
I don't mind. Yeah, I'm like,
Look at you.
of course, you know what I mean? I'd be like, what's good? We got any ice cream or what? You know what I mean? Because that's the only time I can really cheat on my diet is when
Okay.
I'm home, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you might as well. And that's it. So,
What kind of diet are you on again?
Oh, I'm like, I like count everything. Do you know what I mean? So I have like, beef bowls and rice. I know the calories and all that. I really can't track when I'm visiting my parents and everything because we'll go to Mexican restaurants and stuff. So that's where it's just like, well, refeed day.
Refeed day. What did you eat while you was out there?
Oh man, we went and had Mexican food. I had some tacos and rice. I don't eat beans.
Okay.
So I just had the carne asada tacos and rice.
Carne asada is my favorite.
And some horchata.
Horchata.
Yeah.
I like horchata. For the first time, I actually tried it.
Yeah.
And it was really good. I always was like, I don't like it. Like, I don't want cold milk. But it's actually pretty good. Tastes like
it's not bad.
coconut.
Little bit. It's got cinnamon in it.
It tastes like coconut and cinnamon. So I like it.
Yeah, if you go to a real Mexican restaurant, you can tell how authentic the place is by the rice and the horchata. So it was cool, especially for being out there and like, it's on the way to Vegas where my parents are at. They're in some new area that's like a new development. So it's hard to find good food spots out there because everything is so new. You know what I'm saying?
Hot out there, huh?
A little bit. It's almost it's like towards Palm Springs. So it's almost a little hot. I don't like Palm Springs. The weather is too dry, and I hate dry because we're right here by the ocean.
Right.
So we're getting a little bit of moisture. It's like fresher air, even though we're by the 405. Like it's still some. I feel like we're getting more oxygen out here.
Okay.
But the more you get into Palm Springs, it's just so dry. It feels like it's hard to breathe.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I hate it out there.
I don't like it. I just came from Vegas this past weekend, and I felt like I was suffocating. I like it just right. That's why I like LA. It's just right. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It has a balance.
Yeah.
I love the South, but I don't think I can make it in the South.
I've never been to the South.
I love the South, but I don't think I can make it in the South with the weather, with the hurricanes and all that. No.
That's crazy. Yeah, out here we got the earthquakes.
Yeah, but we haven't had one in a long time. Like a big one, a great big one. We have those, climaxes and all this other, but not no great big one.
Yeah.
I think LA has the best weather.
It's nice, especially once you go to Venice. Venice Beach.
You don't like Manhattan Beach?
Manhattan Beach, because all the beaches are good out here. Yeah, it's cool.
You think so?
Huntington Beach.
I think different beaches have different vibes.
Oh yeah.
Like Venice is more so like reggae, out, open. If you want to check out some cool basketball during the summer, you go to Venice Beach. Manhattan Beach is more so like Baywatch to me.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
So it like has different vibes and different energy, which is good. Which is good.
Yeah.
You decide, you have a choice.
Everybody's shooting videos in Venice Beach all the time.
Exactly.
There's always a camera crew out there with somebody, shooting a music video for all kinds of music.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it's a good spot. They got some palm trees there.
And they got good arts, artistries out there. Good music. You walking down, you'll find some nice, good artists that's really talented out there that's doing their thing.
Yeah, we've brought a few. We've had a few guests here that were Venice Beach artists.
Really?
Yeah.
See, there it is.
Shout out to True Artists and Black Moses.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Drew Artist.
They out there in Venice Beach. We got to get Black Moses on the show. He's a really good photographer.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you worked with him?
Yeah, Priest brought him to my studio one time, and he just started recording and filming everything. So I got some cool footage from him. But yeah, he's awesome.
That's good. That's good.
So yeah.
Anything going on in the world, the news?
Man, all kinds of things. You were telling me about J-Lo?
Oh yeah, J-Lo and Ben Affleck got married after 20 years.
Oh wow.
After 20 years.
So they were just dating for 20 years?
I think they were engaged, I believe, in the beginning of their relationship, and I think they broke, left, and then like after 20 years got back together. And then you told me they were both Leos.
They're both Leos.
That's such a dang. That's
it's uncommon.
Uncommon, and it's too strong.
Yeah, because Leos like to be a dominant force.
Exactly.
Get the attention. They're ruled by the sun, so they're always gonna shine. You know what I mean? But when they're in relationships, usually one will be more than the other. You know what I mean? You can notice when there's two Leos in the room. You know what I mean? Because you have two alphas in the room, technically. But the rest of the chart obviously will determine everything else. But you got to wonder what their moon signs are to make
really
that
wonder.
work. Yeah.
But it's so strange that they have to separate themselves for all that time and then get back together. So it kind of shows you growth.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was a lot of growing in certain areas that they had to work on, balance.
Yeah.
Because I'm a woman, Leo, and I like to be strong, so maybe she had to be a little more feminine and catch that balance. So, but it's dope. After 20 years, it's kind of like that saying, let it go, and if it comes back, then it was meant to be. So clearly, after 20 years, it's clearly meant to be.
There you go.
That's a beautiful thing. Love is beautiful.
Yeah, that's
love is really beautiful. So yeah, that's what's going on in the news as far as love.
Good to see some good news out there.
Right. Good news. Any other good news that's going on, AD?
I mean, I'm not really following too much of stuff that's happening that's, not as popular, you know what I mean, that everyone else doesn't know already. Not that I know of. Because, I don't watch TV.
Me neither.
You know what I mean? Everything I do is just I got a little bit of social media. I don't really scroll too much.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? A lot of people send me stuff, and I try to check that out when I can. There's some silly things out there I'll see, but I'm not watching any news or anything or stuff like that. Everything I got is just on YouTube. But no, that's all I know of. What's going on with the chat room? Anybody got any?
Right, y'all got some news for us. Update us. As you can see, we're loners and we're lame. We have no life.
I'm just constantly moving. I'm always just forward thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind on my music, and my music is on my mind.
Hey.
Okay, I'm getting a message from Priest. He says the towers that blew up, the ancient ruins.
Google that.
I'll make sure Priest knows. I'm gonna see if he wants to join in.
Right.
Okay. What do I Google? Towers blew up?
Yeah.
You
put today's date?
Yeah, I'm gonna type in news. No, not that. That's old news right there. He's talking about the Georgia Guidestones.
Oh, the Georgia Guidestones.
Maybe that's what he's talking about. Yeah, they had to tear them down. We did talk about that.
I think we talked about it when you had guest visitors about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So with the Georgia Guidestones, I mean, there's some speculation to where in one scenario, someone did it to send a message.
Mm-hmm.
There's another theory that the insiders did that on purpose because their whole plan is already in motion.
Uh-huh.
So to have their plan out there like that should be demolished because they don't want to be too obvious.
Right.
Maybe so there's an idea to where that was their own people that had those demolished on purpose.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I mean? Anytime some big news happens, sometimes you got to wonder okay, what's this a distraction from?
Of course.
You
It's
know what I mean?
always a distraction from what's really going on.
Yeah.
It's always a distraction from what's really going on.
Priest said he's gonna join us on the Wi-Fi soon, so he's gonna go get some Wi-Fi in the hotel.
Okay, cool.
So we're gonna see Priest on here real soon.
Okay, peace and love to everybody in the chat room, to everybody joining. I know you guys miss Priest, and we send love and blessings to him and to his family during this time. I hope everybody is having a great Wednesday today, and if you're not, you still here, still striving and still thriving, which is good.
Mm-hmm. We got 117 people in the chat right now.
Right, showing love.
Yeah. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to Voltage Controller.
Shout out to Vulture's Controller and Vinny Backlodge,
DJ Vulture.
DJ Vulture.
He says, this is the only show I watch, so I have no clue what's up in the news.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah. So that is that. James Webb Telescope pictures. Oh, man. I don't know if I want to get into that. As y'all know, I'm going to say it's CGI. Let's see. What?
Wait, is
This okay, hold on. I try to avoid this subject
why?
because I feel like we've exhausted it too much. I think we've talked about space a little too much. Try to talk about other things. But this is supposed to be supposedly what they took pictures of. And I believe this to be absolute bullshit because it's clearly CGI. I can see right here just looking at it, like this star. It looks like a Photoshop star. You've got so many matching colors.
Right.
It's enhanced. This is supposedly what they got. This is so fake. Look at these stars. It's
So
like,
you saying those are fake?
yes, 100%. The way these stars are coming, like, look at that. I could make this star. Look, it's like the exact same shot. I could make this star on Photoshop right now.
Okay.
And people think this is real. People are like, oh, look at the pictures. Look at this bullshit right here. Like, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Like, it's so fake. Look at that. This is the copy and paste of this one right here. Boom, boom. So fake. So, anyway, that is one topic right there. So they're trying to talk about, look at this stupid star right here. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, they really think that we're all dumb out there. Look at this, copy and paste, copy and paste. Anyway.
That's crazy how you just pointed out like that.
Yeah.
You got rammed up there for a minute, AD.
Well, yeah. Just because it's so obvious. But yeah. A lot of people know it's fake too, though.
Yeah, it does look fake.
For real.
It does look fake.
Way fake. But I'm trying to see the James Webb Telescope right now. What is that? That's it? Okay. I don't really want to give this too much energy. Oh, that's a shot that it took, huh? This perfect thing. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it one bit. Okay, so there's that topic. What else you want to talk about? K9 says, I believe they think it's funny, AD. That way they can tell us. Yep. That's true. If they lied about Jesus, well, I mean, I think the Jesus story is an interpretation situation between literal and hidden, you know, because there's different layers of interpretation with the Bible. That's one other topic right there. Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. NASA is all CGI. Yeah. Honeymoon landing. He said, "That's heaven, homie." I mean, yeah, there are great pictures of the stars. We can take pictures of the stars, but I don't believe in what they're saying the telescope is.
Pre say you want to prove that it's fake.
Yeah, because of that star. Because of this right here.
And then Pre said, tell AD the Earth is already in space.
Yeah, you could say that. We could say we're in space. We've never been there though. If you ever seen a rocket go straight up, it never goes straight up. You always see it curve and land somewhere else. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this one and this one. Copy and paste. Control C, Control V. Control V. Control C, Control V.
So where is a picture a real picture without the copy and paste?
We would have to take off the word James Webb Telescope.
Let's see one of those.
Amateur
photo. Because I'm learning as well, you guys. So
yeah, you would just have to get an amateur photo of space. That's not it. Yeah. You would just have to find a legit photo. This could be a real photo right here.
Oh, someone said, Danny Solanas, can you play a minute or two of Supermind by Killah Priest for our lovely guest, Miyoshi? Peace to the craft. Let's go. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
Shout out to Danny.
Do it.
Shout out to Danny for the love.
Danny is like our show DJ.
Oh, really?
Because he'll request Priest songs to play on the show.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for Priest to join in the Zoom, let me make sure we're on the Zoom right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to get the Zoom ready.
And I just want to say shout out to Ty Phoenix. She finished my reading, you guys.
Oh, for real? How was it?
Yes. It was very insightful, very knowledgeable, and very gave me a good clarity. And I got my dates, so I will be updating you guys and letting you know exactly what's going on in my world.
Wow. So she gave you some insight, huh?
Oh my goodness, so much wealth of knowledge and wisdom. It's like literally a map navigating me through the next 90 days of my life.
Really?
Yes. So shout out to Ty Phoenix. If you need a reading, you guys need to hit her up in her DM because she's amazing. So thank you, Ty Phoenix, for that beautiful reading. I appreciate it.
So she sent you a video reading.
She voice recording. So you can go back and replay it as much as you want to. So it's very, very good.
Nice. Okay, so let's see. Close this. All right, so Priest can join at any time now.
Okay, cool.
And we'll just hear background noise when he joins. Shout out to Danny Salinas. We're going to play that song right now from Priest called Supermind.
Thank you, Danny.
And here we go. Hold up.
Yeah. You're all welcome. Everyone is welcome to my cafe. My name is Priest. Known to many, your angel, priesthood, unknown source, Masada, wonderful day, Somerset. But what I'm gonna do now, I know y'all been missing, so I'm back. Here we go. Rattlesnakes on the Pharaoh's plate. From an ancient time that had no date. Poisons, legends in the gaseous state. Lucifer initials on my window of my limo. The golden guard on my license plate. I'm from a distant past. I look through the glass. I see 72 angels wearing the devil's mask. One side happy, the other side sad. Roman leaders around the Mona Lisa. A golden night. I glow in the Giza. Sharp as a knife that goes in the Caesar. Sinners in the night. Whisper like the Reaper. Dark fantasies of Mark Anthony. Julius Sinners and Jesus. A king heart's vanity. Ancient art of his family. Empires built on desire, fire, and prophetic destiny. The sky's ebony, the lights are heavenly. A knight's legacy, die pleasantly. Coins cover his eyes in a mushroom patch. Boxing with dandelion as they close his tomb latch. His fair widow weeps well. Above the moon is pale. She's doomed as well. Her perfume smell of pineapple juice, sliced fruits. Her hair nice roots. She rubs her skin with oil from coconut shells. Statues of Michael, the dragon slayer. Black schools, disciples, African prayers. Assassins on stairs, beware. While my mind divine, I'm deeply devoted, dreaming of destinies. My jury's heavy, a gold icon of St. Gregory. A lush getaway in the middle of nowhere. I'm your tour guide to the lost tribes. From abandoned buildings, living poor lives. From the east side to the north side. Till the beast rise, New York skies. Police ride through the south side. Children outside to the west side. A child with fresh eyes. Till he grows up, he's seen it all. Pregnant girls, teens in the morgue, fiends in the halls. Those try to get clean have lean withdrawals. Pills and alcohol, kill for amounts of raw. In the field, a bouncer ball. Super Bowl, a UFO, just make it account for yours. Hermes dies with Versace on. Michelangelo paints him laying in Venus's arms. Execution's death, bodies embalmed. The army informed, don't take my boy, he's still warm. One day alone walking, the streets turn bright, the snow stopped falling, the trees begin talking. I touched his wood, I felt flesh. Beneath the bird nest, clouds start forming. Sky turned orange, like a summer morning. Told me my origin, this place is historic. Start my performance, gave me endurance. Cars went inside the ground, while hundreds of gods came up handing me crowns. They said, priest, you were lost, but now you're finally found. The zodiac spin above my head like a merry-go-round. I'm robed down in a gold gown, and if you saw us, we were talking to each other with no sound. Profound. That's how it is. Cafe. Outdoor. Priest. Always remember. Kings the gods. All in the supermind. All in the supermind.
Hey, that was good. Shout out to Danny for that beautiful selection.
Mm-hmm.
That was good.
That was cool.
Did Priest ever come in?
Let's see. Not yet. It's open. But yeah, that was cool. Yeah, buddy.
What were you looking at? Birthdays?
Yeah, I was trying to see if there's any birthdays in the past few days that we may have missed. On Monday, 'cause I guess we didn't do it on Monday.
No, we didn't.
So on Monday was Hobson's birthday. Y'all know Hobson?
Okay. Shout out to Hobson.
You gotta check out Hobson. He's almost Eminem like in the way his delivery is.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't mind being compared to Eminem, but he's pretty good.
Okay.
M actually also gave him a shout out in one of his latest albums. So, but he's a really good rapper. If you guys don't know Hobson, you gotta check him out. Anyway, he had his birthday on Monday, so I guess he's a Cancer.
Okay, happy birthday, Hobson.
Let's see, Benzino, and let's see, Hydro the Hero, and yeah, so that was Monday.
That was it?
Yeah, that was for Monday. Let's see what else we got.
Not what was I seen some other. Did I see other people?
I try to just do the ones that are somewhat known.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? Let's see. Okay, we already did on Sunday. Tomorrow you've got KB, the rapper from Pittsburgh.
KB.
Okay.
I think I seen KC Veggies in there too.
Okay.
So happy birthday.
PD Pablo is on this Friday.
PD.
Mm-hmm. You've got because today's Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know them. Let's see. And then Sunday, Deontay Boom and Corey Kendricks.
Okay. Happy birthday to all the Cancers.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I heard that.
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm in the building.
Peace, priest. What's
Hey,
good?
priest.
Yo, peace. What up, Mayoshi? What's up? What's up?
What's up? Cafe going crazy. Peace in the building.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to fix this light. Okay.
Yeah.
What you say about Eminem?
Let's see. Oh, that it was Hobson's birthday, and that Eminem gave Hobson a shout out on one of his latest albums, and Hobson was stoked about it.
Oh, okay.
You remember Hobson?
Yeah. You be giving Eminem a lot of shout outs, man. Yeah.
Yeah, every now and then. For sure.
Hold on. Am I clear? You can hear me? Because I got to put my headphones on.
No, you disappeared. There you go.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
Hold on. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Y'all see me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Y'all see me? I got the headphones. Oh, okay. I gave you, did you see TD Jakes going in on he was talking about modern women and he was talking out of the scriptures, he was saying something about his new type of build was on modern women or something of that sort. Forgot what he actually said.
Was it
What was his name?
TD Jakes?
TDJ? Oh, TD Jakes, I see.
He said something about.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So everybody's coming out soon.
Roe versus Wayne thing.
The who?
Was he talking about Roe versus Wade?
Was he talking about the word Roe versus Wayne and calling women birthing people instead of women?
Yeah, something like that.
And females.
Yeah, something like that. And all this crazy stuff that be going on in the church industry and things of that nature also. But it's just crazy that everything with these gender wars and all this stuff going on now. It's kind of crazy to me. It makes me think like, what's the real agenda about this whole situation?
No, that's serious. Because number one, you take away the rights of women having an abortion, and now you take away their rights of calling them women. You want to call them birthing people.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of.
What he said?
They want to call women birthing people.
Who? TD Jakes said that?
No, I'm talking about the Roe versus Wayne incident. That's why he was speaking on the modern day women.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So I'm clear. Who was it? Who was it again?
I think she's talking about the trial.
Oh, who's the trial with?
So it's that Roe versus Wade trial. You heard about that?
Nah. People just hit me up with something. TD Jakes is coming out. And I just find it real funny now. I'm doing those. I don't know why everybody hit me now. It's like as soon as I come online, it's like everybody start hitting my phone up.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Do you wanna do you wanna see the chat room? Or do you like it like this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna set it up.
Nah, I want to see the chat room.
Got you. All right. Everybody at home, stand by. Okay, let's see. So yeah, what were you saying?
Nah, if you
should I look it up? TD Jakes, right?
Yeah. What if I should get on my device?
I see he was honored in DC at Museum of the Bible recently.
he was talking kind of crazy about
Coach has it.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's the video that Priest is speaking on. Thank you, Coach.
They see me?
Yeah, they can see you.
This breaks all.
Oh shit!
I can't see myself. It says
Hold up. I wasn't trying to do this. Damn, I shouldn't have clicked on it from here. Hold on. Mini feed. Yeah. Anyway, keep going, Priest. What were you saying?
I was just saying. There's a lot of things I want to address because people was hit me with that, and I want to. When you get it ready, I want you to play it. But on another note, Yoshi, I'm gonna say this to you and AD. Me and my son was walking and saw a couple of more crazy signs that the universe is awoke. I've been taking these long walks at nighttime to the south, and it's like the forest is alive, and it just felt like we were flowers ourselves because all these insects and stuff like that, they be coming on us for that water and stuff like that. Like we walking flowers, but it just been having ill premonitions and like just crazy signs. So
Uh-oh. We lost Priest. Oh, there he comes. Okay. We lost you for a second there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Yo, Coach sent the video. I could play the video that you're talking about with Bishop TJ Jakes. I'm gonna play it, yeah?
Yeah, could y'all see? I can't see myself.
Can you see yourself here? You see the screen share, right? Damn G says, hey, Priest, positive energy.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll see the entire screen right here. You see yourself? Okay, I'm gonna play the video that she sent that you're talking about. Here we go. Here's what Priest is talking about.
This breaks all sociological orders of the culture we're living in now. Because we are raising up women to be men. And you are not applauded for your femininity. You are applauded in the contemporary society by how tough, rough, nasty, mean, aggressive, hateful, possessive you are, and you are climbing the corporate ladder, but we are losing our families. I know you can buy your own car. I know you can buy your own house. But until you create a need that I can pour into, I have no place in your life. So stop coming home bragging to me about how much you don't need me and wonder why I shy away. Oh, y'all ain't gonna talk back to me this morning.
Wow. Damn, we lost Priest again. Priest, go ahead and join whenever, if you're listening. It might be a Wi-Fi situation. I'm gonna text him, make sure that he's got it. Okay. Wow, what do you think about that? That's an interesting topic.
Very interesting.
Kind of want Priest to weigh in on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a crazy world. Oh, there's the video. He just sent it to me too. Okay. Here he comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll try it again.
We just played the video that you sent.
Huh?
We just played that video that you sent.
Oh yeah, I missed it, man. Yeah, the frequency's been crazy right now.
You're on the you're on the Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah, it's just like wow, man, because the wildfire is not working correctly. It's like I don't know. Let me put this. Take myself. I took myself off.
Okay. So no video? Because yeah, we're not getting video on this end. Make sure your other apps are closed. I still gotta get you that laptop. Damn. But yeah, I don't even want to speak on that until he gets back. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, ooh. Yeah. That's interesting. What y'all think in the chat?
I know what you guys think.
Noble B says church can uplift your spirit, though, but that's about it. Jason Sanchez says no comment. Nyasha Champ says peace, sister.
Peace, Nyasha Champ. Thank you. Nobody's not saying anything about the video.
Let me hit up. We got Mighty Hebrew in the chat. Shout out to Mighty Hebrew.
Shout out to Mighty Hebrew.
I'm texting Priest right now. Let's see. DJ Vulture says religion is control. We just talked about the James Webb telescope having new images. But I just pointed out how they look so fake. So there's that. Yeah, it's got a text. Okay. Yeah, Coach, I'm getting a confirmation from Priest. And then we'll take it from there. But yeah, let's see. I might as well. I'm trying to see if I got his email. Mighty Hebrew, I think I got your email up in here. Give me a second. As y'all can see, we just go with the flow. Oh, I see. I see you, Coach. I'm looking for Mighty Hebrew's email right now. I got it right up in here. Boom, boom. 1 second. But yeah, you guys see how hectic it is without Priest here. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I in now?
Yes.
We hear you.
We hear you, but we don't see you.
All right, let me see if I can see.
So
wow.
Priest, I'm sending the Zoom.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, Priest, we got. I'm sorry, real quick. We got Mighty Hebrew in the chat. Am I sending him the Zoom link?
Oh yeah, Mighty Hebrew in the building. Tell him I said what up.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna send him the Zoom link so he could join.
Okay. Yo, it's kind of funny because when we was walking, we saw a lot of spiritual stuff. You see me in it?
Yes.
Come on there. We got the camera. We watching it through a bunch of lines right now.
There you go.
Shout out to the chat room. I can't see. I'm gonna make y'all big right now. I want to shout out everybody in the building. King Genocide, I see you. Let me see. It was Jamari, Nene. Shout out to Coach Kadaka. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Yo, it's kind of crazy, but we always gonna get through it. You know how it is. You know, the negative forces, we use them as the positive to create the yin and yang. So we'll never go all the way out like that. We'll always keep building and strive to be the better of ourselves. I think Mighty Hebrew gonna come through, which is always great,
Mm-hmm.
and lead us further on into this, this energy of light. You know what I'm saying? This wave of light, and we got Miyoshi and AD. You've been doing a great job
Thank you.
holding it down.
Thank you.
Before we come on, I just want to let y'all both know that it's highly appreciated, and you know, with this collective thought process that we all doing, that we strive to be the best part of ourselves, and remember that we are the genie in the lamp, and that's our higher self. Once we rub, and it grants us 3 wishes, man. More than that, you know.
True.
To all the architects, y'all doing a great job, man. Keep doing it. In the Oracle, y'all doing a fantastic job. Everybody in the cafe, I'll be back soon.
Nice.
Hey, Ben Frank, what's up? I see you, and I see JD. Yep, I see all of y'all coming in. Yo, one thing about having these discussions that we be having, and that we're doing is very imperative, and it's very important that we do talk about these things, these phenoms that we be having, and don't be scared of them. You know, a lot of people, like, we talk about senseless stuff and we make it into reality that wasn't even a reality at first. You know, we talk about bad food and things of that nature, and just nonsense. We push a lot of energy towards the nonsense. But what if we took that same energy and put it towards higher learning and higher mentality in our spirituality? Imagine the levels and the heights that we can go to as a collective thought. You know, we sit down here, we debate, we do things of that nature. I see you, Naish's champ. And things be happening all around us every day, but we just unaware because we're not tapped in tune and getting back in tune to our real spiritual enlightened self. It's sort of like, you know, hooking the cables back up or putting that plug back in that into that electric socket, you know, and hooking back up and getting to those levels, you know, baking that cake, putting that cake in the oven and putting the right ingredients inside of it, putting it up to 350, or, you know, some people like to cook it at 4 something, you know, you're trying to rush it, however you do it. But you got your raisins, your chocolate, maybe your nuts in there, and you put all of that good ingredients inside of your mix, you know. Mm-hmm. So you put it in the oven, let it bake at 350, and then you take it out, and then it changes form. The temperature makes it change form, and that's how we got to do. You know what I'm saying? When we in, our temperatures change once we're in type of heated environments. We got to liken ourselves to food and to the surroundings around us.
Mm-hmm.
We do say food for thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said higher consciousness.
Right.
Indeed. And each one teach one. That's what we're here to build on.
Absolutely.
Mighty Hebrew going to come in and take us to another level. And I think, you know, from him, I'm reading the chat right now. Somebody said knowledge. Jason Sanchez. That's right. One thing we do, we pride ourselves on building. We pride ourselves on building, and you should too. And, you know, a closed mouth don't get fed. So always add on. And you can always, and it's not about who runs the fastest. It's not about who's swift, as long as you get there. Sometimes the river could take, we built on that before, the river could take that boat. You know what I mean? Depending on the currents and the wind movement. Be as water, my friends.
True.
Yeah, that was good.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. It is good and it is done. Man, as we how's your day been, Miyoshi?
You want me to tell you the truth? It's been good. Adversity, but it's all good. You know, heavy is the head who wears the crown. You know, it's all good.
You be feeling that like lately, like a lot of adversity coming around you?
Yes, I just feel like ever since my parents, I just feel like ever since that happened, all hell just been breaking loose. But I also feel like it's nothing but up from here. Like, but it's just like adversity, like I said, unknown, and even for me, just walking through that tunnel and me being a light. So this is really me finding out who I am in this age and stage in my life. Like, really, who am I? This identity and becoming this new person. So yeah, adversity teach you a lot about yourself. It really does. You get really suited up for war. It's really war out here. And when I say out here, I mean within myself, because I'm fighting, against fears, against depression, fighting against, not feeling worthy of certain things. I'm fighting against everything. Trying to lay hold of, what's mine, but that's what purpose is for. I got to carry my cross. I got to carry my cross. But adversity teaching me a lot.
Yeah, it's funny you said that, because I was just thinking about the pressure that creates the diamond,
Mm-hmm.
And when gold shines the most is when you put it through the alcohol or maybe the ammonia. So sometimes, and it sparkles brighter when it's tested. So I don't think that, don't ever think that I'm gonna give you the jewel you gave me. Like, when you're going through something, don't ever think that there's not for a higher cause and you can't make it. Mm-hmm. It's because you could, and it knows that spiritually, it knows that you can handle certain situations, but you may not know it at first. But I'm just here to tell you that you could, that you have that strength, because we don't know where we draw it from, but you got to get it from somewhere. And if these words help, I know that it'll pull you through, because I've been riding on y'all strength for a minute, and y'all definitely been helping me.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I believe we all here to uplift each other. You know what I mean? That's why it's good to speak positivity and speak life. That's why definitely life is empowered at tongue, to speak life into you, But most definitely, I thank you for those words of wisdom to uplift my spirit in these times. But, got to keep going, got to keep thriving. What's my favorite quote by William Shakespeare? My favorite quote is, "Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them." And I really believe I'm that third column. I really believe I have greatness thrust upon them. So that's my favorite quote by William Shakespeare. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. That's
heavy.
It's real heavy.
That's heavy. Yeah, man. You got to take those things and apply them. We don't do that enough.
Yeah.
We don't apply them to ourselves. Like, there's certain proverbs and certain stealies that you can apply to yourself. I always talk about the cell phone and how we upgrade that, or a computer, how we upgrade that. But if we start upgrading ourselves the same way, and we become new apps, you know what I'm saying? We're not the same old app, but and kind of like plug ourselves in, right. And major satellite dishes and things of that. We're just as powerful, because those come from the human mind. They come from the human imagination. So just think about Dr. Strange and the things that we can create if we just put our mind to it. There's nothing hard. There's just we have to go through certain situations, and we do. But we'll get through it, and we will, just as sure as the next day is coming. For some, the next day won't come. That those are turned in transcending the ancestors. But for us, we gotta ride on that strength of, we can make it, and we can pull through, and we can be the better version of ourselves. And that technique, right. Applying that. It's just real stuff, man. Every day that I'm looking at, if the world's getting darker, we got to become lighter, just like you said.
Yeah.
And it is becoming darker.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Did you hear the TD Jakes thing that AD played?
Yeah, I want to hear that again because
Okay.
I heard he was going in, right? And
Yeah.
I wanted to, because I know that there was, I always said, okay, there's like a vibration going on right now, but I want to hear what he said because somebody had sent this to me.
Here we go.
This breaks all sociological orders of the culture we're living in now. Because we are raising up women to be men. And you are not applauded for your femininity. You are applauded in the contemporary society by how tough, rough, nasty, mean, aggressive, hateful, possessive you are, and you are climbing the corporate ladder, but we are losing our families.
Hold on.
I wasn't picking up. Can you hear me now?
I know you can buy your own car. I know you can buy your own house. But until you create a need that I can pour into, I have no place in your life. So stop coming home bragging to me about how much you don't need me and wonder why I shy away. Oh, y'all ain't gonna talk back to me this morning.
All right.
But who's raising them up? I heard that. Wow, that was crazy. But it's the society that wants everyone separated. You know what I'm saying? Separating families of that nature. So I agree with a little bit what he's saying. I need to hear one more time because he was saying that. First of all, who was he talking to?
I mean, like the congregation he was with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was saying that the society have raised women into men. That's what I think he was saying. You know, but it tells you that there's. I don't know if it's James Ford. They say that the love of many shall wax cold. I know I heard that before, but they're trying to break away families now and separate families, and they've been doing that for a very long time. You know. Through distractions, through TV and through movies and all sorts of things that's coming out. But I want to get into that because I know Mighty Hebrew's in the building.
Yeah, we got some new guests in the house.
Yeah, I'm in the building now. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, my brother? What's up? Yeah.
Blessings.
Blessings to you too.
I'm in here, yo. What's good? Who we got?
Should I turn on my camera?
Yeah, your camera's on. We can see you.
I can't see myself. Okay.
Well, that's because we're doing a share screen.
Okay.
So, can you see the screen with the chat in front of you?
Yeah, I can.
I'm here, my brethren.
Yes. So you'll see the boxes. You'll see two boxes, and that's where you are at. I've got you on the top right of the screen right there. So you'll see yourself off to the right. So what I'm basically sharing is the control center. That way you can see the chat room, and you can see you can see yourself, but you'll see yourself very small on this share.
Okay, I can see it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it now. I see Mighty Hebrew. All right. Trying to connect.
No.
How do I? The document is on my computer. So
Oh yeah. So if you want to share something on your end, I can do that too. So let me set it up here.
Okay.
Okay. You're clear to share on your end.
Okay. All right. I'm opening up on my computer. This is on my phone, so that I'm launching on my computer real quick.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you're ready to share, go right ahead. You're all set.
Okay.
I kind of made it easier for you guys to see.
Okay. Alrighty.
Next slide.
Okay. Downloading.
And then please remind the audience who we are talking to.
Okay.
Repeat.
Once he's set up, then I'll introduce him to the family.
Nice.
Okay.
And while he does that, I missed a birthday. We were doing birthday shout outs earlier. Shout out to Cool G Rap. His birthday is today.
Okay. Happy birthday,
man.
Cool G Rap.
My birthday was on Sunday.
Hey.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, I got 3 sevens in my head. 7/17/76.
Hey,
Wow.
777.
No, Coogee Rap, he's an Israelite, man.
Huh.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm coming back. I'm here, my brother.
I hear you, Killer Priest. Oh, and by the way, you know the Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. I had a concert on my birthday. I performed at Amus in Tanzania, East Africa. Give a shout out to everybody that attended that opening for Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. Plus, I sent Killer Priest the whole album.
Nice.
It's in your WhatsApp, Priest.
Okay. I'm good right now.
Still downloading.
All right.
Okay. So are you ready to be introduced, Rofeh?
Yes, go ahead.
Hallelujah. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers up there in East Scott, and Yaakov, those struggling for righteousness' sake. I want to say to the family, Shalom Aleichem. It's definitely an honor and a privilege to be here. We have live with us Dr. or Rofeh, Dr. Tsedek Ben Yehuda, understudy of the late Dr. Sabi, along with the late Prince Dr. Shaliat Ben Yehuda, Dean of School, the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. He is also the master instructor in the Mighty Hebrew University, dealing with divine Hebraic hermeneutics and a whole bunch of other things. It's a great honor and privilege to have you on here with us, Rofeh Doctor. The reason why I asked Killer Priest to bring you on the podcast is because, as everybody knows, there's this stigma within the Black conscious Afrocentric community about Hebrew Israelite paradigm. So one of the scholars that I brought was recently, like a month ago, maybe like 3 weeks ago, saw Dr. Kazriel Ben Yehuda, Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel. And we are understudy as my student in Dimona, Israel. So cosmology, along with Hebrew anthropology, and I know a master teacher expert yourself. So I want to just pass the microphone to you. You can express your beginnings, and then we can start the process of building on this better sheet code. Hallelujah.
Okay. All right. Shalom, family. Greetings.
Shalom.
This is
Shalom.
Shalom, Killer Priest. Heard a lot about you through the mighty Hebrew.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be on, and contributing to what I call the awakening of our people. I am currently located in Jamaica, but nonetheless, wherever we are, we're family. And we all have gone through the same struggle relative to transatlantic slave trade and colonization under Japhet or the Euro-Gentile. So I realized that in this awakening process, we're all making our contribution. We all have a script encoded in our DNA. And we all have to awaken, become aware of that, build upon that, and make our contribution, because the struggle remains the same no matter where we are on this planet. And so I the topic of discussion, or the title of my presentation, The Rise and Fall of the Adamic / Assarian civilization. And what we're looking at is, what is Adam? And what is our mandate within the Hebraic, from the Hebraic perspective? But before I go into that, because I might not be able to share my screen just yet, because I'm still downloading from my computer. Okay, all right, so allow me to go in. So one of the areas I want to focus on first and foremost is the subject of language. I'm gonna read from a document that I've been composing relative to this presentation. Okay, yeah, just a moment. I think I'm on now on my computer. All right, perfect. All right, okay. So, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
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 All right.
Cano, don't it?
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I could.
So,
Yes.
all right, I'm gonna pause.
Make sure you turn off the feedback. There you go.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Indeed.
All right. So I want to start by prefacing. Can you hear me? Still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start by going to a reference in Deuteronomy 28, verse 49.
Okay.
Knowing that in that particular reference, the ancient African Hebrew prophets who scribed that prophecy, they said that we would be taken into captivity and we would speak a language we don't understand. Now, what is that language? And how is that language impeding our awakening? All right, so let me start by reading. The subject I'm teaching on tonight come from a language and a cosmology developed by a people who had the ability to refract the entire light spectrum, which means the scribes of the Bible or the Tanakh were highly evolved, scientific-minded, eumelanin people. Therefore, in order to understand this message, you have to tap into right brain oriented inductive thinking, because that is how African cosmology, African languages were developed. You cannot use the myopic, distorted language and definition of the colonizer or the language of, listen carefully, the sulfur-based, poor light conductive, pheomelanin, racial type, referring to those who took us into captivity. You see, structure determines function. And since structure determines function, then biology determines sociology and psychology. Sociology and psychology cannot operate without language, which shape and reflect the culture of the biochemistry from which it emerged. So let me say the English language then, since we all speak English then. You have other languages that our colonizer embedded into us or inculcated into us, Spanish, French, etc. But we're focusing on English. Language thus reflects biology. If the biology is inherently light phobic, parasitic, and distortion oriented, then those who were colonized by such a language or a language developed by these light phobic parasitic biochemistry, therefore we then who were inculcated into that language will in turn develop an aversion for truth or have a propensity to distort truth or exhibit the same parasitic behavior as the colonizer, who shapes the language that we speak based upon their biochemistry. All right, essentially, so who am I talking about more specifically is Japhet. And Japhet represents the European family of nations, right? Essentially, Japhet distorted language, definitions, and concept control our limbic brain and our subconscious mind, thereby hindering our ability to perceive truth or refract and correctly interpret the light codes being transmitted from our genome, the sun, and our cosmology to aid us in our liberation struggle. Now, why is it that I say that Japhet have a distorted language, culture, and nature? Now, it is a known fact that Japhet, the pheomelanin racial type, was inbred with Neanderthal, which caused them to develop a biochemistry that possess an alanine cycle that recycle ammonia and sulfuric acid and sulfathione in the form of cysteine and glutathione, which in turn oxidize dopaquinone to form cysteine L-dopa and cysteine L-dopa, and eventually their sulfur-based pheomelanin. That is why they look that way. Now, the ammonia and the sulfur create oxidative stress within their biochemistry. And that in turn damage the DNA and cause cell mutation, which result in a biochemistry that is saturated in white blood cells. It is a known fact that eumelanin Black people have low levels of white blood cells. Our immune system doesn't revolve around white blood cells. It's their biochemistry, because their biochemistry has mutated. It's saturated with acid, yeast, fungus, bacteria, and viruses. So this caused Japhet, or the Caucasian family, to operate like the parasitic elements that use their body as a host. That is why pheomelanin racial type, those who colonize us, deal with us from a parasitic point of view. So they colonize us and imbue into us their language. But the language is distorted, and it is based upon a parasitic vibration. So that is why Dr. Lila Africa states, European suffers from a psychosis known as obsessive compulsive behavior with a propensity to distort truth. You see, the same the propensity to distort truth And that is because of the parasites that saturate their biochemistry and overrun or hijack their nervous system, which in turn then dictates
Still there?
Is he frozen? I think he's frozen.
Can you all hear me?
There
Yes,
you
we
go.
can hear you now. Go ahead, Dr. Rofeh.
Okay, so as I was saying, their biochemistry has been hijacked. They themselves has been colonized. White blood cell, yeast, fungus, viruses. So when you go online, you look up a video known as, I think, Guns, Germs, and Virus. And it was done by a Caucasian, and he tells you how they use viruses within their own biochemistry, along with the gun, to colonize everybody on this planet. Right?
Oh, wow.
So as I continue here, you see the same, which means the sulfur and the ammonia in the European biochemistry oxidize melanin stimulating hormones and prevent their melanocyte from responding to melanin stimulating hormones to tell the melanin stimulating hormone to produce brown to black eumelanin. Also, the white blood cells in their biochemistry spray nitric oxide on their pigment and oxidize any form of coloring pigment that is trying to develop. And that's why they can't engage the sun for more than 30 minutes. Because once sunlight come in contact with the sulfur, the ammonia in their pigment, it is going to produce hydrogen peroxide, which in turn cause sunburn. All right, so why am I saying that? You see this, because we eumelanin people have brown to black pigment, we can pick up the entire light spectrum. And it is that light spectrum that allows us to develop cosmology, language, to convey what the subconscious mind or what the creator Yahweh is trying to convey to us to paint an accurate picture of reality. They cannot do that because of the pathogens in their biochemistry and the sulfur and ammonia saturation, which means the same light codes if the same light code that was beamed from the sun to Africans, if the same light code were beamed from the sun to Africans, no, let me start over. You see, the same light codes that were beamed to Africans were also beamed to Europeans, but only eumelanin people possess the requisite melanocyte to conduct what is called photovoltaism, where you convert the light into energy, into consciousness. That light then create our languages, cosmology, definition, and state of consciousness or cultural paradigm. Therefore, our words, our definition, our cosmology will always be in diabolical opposition to European cosmology, definitions, and languages. But they encode us now or inculcated into us their language, their definitions. So you cannot pick up the Torah and expect to decipher using their cosmology, their language, and their definition. It's impossible. I give you a prime example. I'm gonna use 3 words in Hebrew. And I'm gonna show you their English cognate and how those definitions were distorted. And the distortion is coming from the nature of their biochemistry. The following word is myth, truth, and true. We were told that myth constitute fables, lies, and truth, or truth is whatever you perceive truth to be. It is relative to an individual perception. But in the African thought, the African Hebrew thought, that is not true. The word myth comes from the Hebrew word emet. So, and emet in Hebrew is made up of the first, the middle, and the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So then, what is emet? Emet paint the complete picture of reality. We were never taught that in school. He cannot afford to convey that to us because, again, his language is distorted. All right, so emet means that which is true, or truth in Hebrew. Truth, the word truth now in English comes from the Hebrew word Torah. All you have to do is just look at the root letters, the Tav, the T, and the R. Oh, now, are there any references now in the Torah that substantiate the fact that the Torah, which means the instructions of the Most High, or the written and unwritten laws that governs creation, are there any reference that associate that with truth? When you go to Psalms 119, verse 142, it states, the righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and the Torah is the emet. So that would read in English, the truth is the myth. But we have been given a misconstrued understanding of myth, fables, lies. But here Psalms is saying the Torah, the universal laws, is the myth, is the truth. So that's a prime example of how they misconstrued reality. While Lila Africa says they suffer from obsessive compulsive disorder with distortion. And that's what we have to heal ourselves from by returning back to our language, our definition, our cosmology. We have to relearn, right? And that is why in Zephaniah 3 verse 9, correct me if I'm wrong, all right, in mighty Hebrew, the Most High said, I will restore unto my people a pure language.
Kang, Dr. Kang.
Right? And it's referring to this epoch in time. We have to get back to right brain thinking. So you cannot pick up this book and think you're going to decipher this thing. If you're not an initiate in African language and thought and cosmology, you're still using European definition. So therefore, myth in the African thought are forms of scripted truth that paint a true picture of reality when they are properly deciphered, right? When they are not lies or fable. They are not pheomelanin distorted refractions. Therefore, emet, which English cognate then would be myth.
Kang. So
Yeah.
the add on to what the doctor's saying is when one goes into anybody's culture, they have to understand the complexities and the civilization of that specific culture. When one picks up the so-called Bible, they're coming with the Western ideology, and this is why there's a lot of distortions being made manifest, because of the simple fact that when people attack it, they attack it based on the indoctrination of those that oppressed us. What the great doctor is showing is, first of all, there's a recession gene within the penile gland, or if you're talking about the left side of the hemisphere brain function that your Gentiles use, whereas though us Edenic people, we use the right side of the hemisphere. Are you back on, doctor? Did the doctor come back on?
So, yes, I'm back on. I'm back on. You can hear me?
We can hear you, doctor.
Yeah.
Because I want people to know in the audience, like, I'm reading some of the comments, and this is why it's very important to understand that the only way to get a deeper understanding as to what we're talking about, you have to be initiated in certain schools of thought to get this picture. And also, you cannot approach the so-called Bible with a Western thought. The so-called Bible, they're Eastern scripts and traditions that have to be understood based upon the original thought that it was conveyed in. If you don't have that understanding, you're going to be thinking the doctor is making something up. Everything that the doctor said thus far is scientifically proven as fact. This man is a doctor. This is not somebody just labeled a doctor. He's an actual doctor. But continue on, Dr. Rofeh.
So now it's clear to see that the word myth, truth, and true in their correct refraction, eumelanin refraction definition comes from the word emet, Torah and Torat, right? Respectively. Therefore, truth has nothing to do with lies or fables or make-believe or whatever you perceive to be true. Torah is a template of the universe that allow you to perceive the rules of engagement that governs tangible and intangible in order to create harmonial balance, to ascertain harmonious, peaceful symbiosis with creation, all forms of creation. Negating the law, the Torah, the truth, or rules of engagement brings into existence the polar opposite, which results in war, madness, distortion, and deviances of all kinds. When I tuned in just now, Killah Priest, you were playing T.G. Jakes, where he was saying that we turning our women into males, right?
Right. I'm back. I'm back right here. Yeah.
So I noticed somebody in the comments said the Torah plagiarized something from wherever. Okay, fine. I'm going to show you that this is a melanated book, and there is no way it can be plagiarized because it is promoting you melanin people. Now, in Jeremiah 31, verse 22, it says, how long, you unfaithful daughters of Israel, will you be unfaithful? Now, is anybody familiar with the astrologer Sister Mira Moss? Anybody familiar with Sister Mira Moss? Recently, she made reference to daughter Earth, and she's in fact referring to the Black woman. When you go into the Torah, you notice Israel, which is really Yashar, which is a cognate to Asar in Kemet, is referred to in a feminine state. The Creator is referring to us in a feminine state, right? Both the male and the female. But she made reference that the dignity of daughter Earth, the Black woman, need to be restored. She said the Black woman is the polar opposite of the white male. The white male subdue her powers, have her trapped in survival mode, reward, pleasure, control, in order to subdue her magic, her scientific powers, her ability to tap into the subconscious realm and bring forth answers to our issues. Those things have been subdued in pursuit of materialism, right?
That was hard.
And in so doing, that's how the Japhet maintained his dominion. Now, are there any reference to that in the Torah? Yes, Jeremiah 31, if I'm correct, Jeremiah 31 verse 22. And it says, a strange thing will occur in the earth. Nikeva, which means the feminine. Nikeva comes from the word nukva. It's referring to one who possesses a vagina, which then means the emotional intelligence, the receptive, the portal, our divine portal, the black woman. She will shabab, or encompass a man, or gober. The word gober there means the masculine protective energy. But that prophecy is dual in that she's going to return and allow the black man to carry out his protective nature. But if she's going to return, it means that she's already out of balance. She's now a gober. She's behaving masculine, right?
Damn.
And so when, that is why Sister Mira said the black woman is the polar opposite of the white man. They create a social system and gave our sisters the false notion that they are now liberal, they are now free. But when you look at our communities and you look at the broken homes, the gynecological issues that are affecting our women, it's disturbing. So Jeremiah 31 is speaking is referring to that period in time when our sisters will be thrown out of balance. So Sister Myra says, how do you restore the black woman? You must restore her value. What is her value? She now has to learn the divine feminine. But you cannot learn it through the lens of your colonizers. Because let me tell you this. I grew up in Jamaica and my grandmother was called a Mada. She was psychic, feminine, psychic, herbalist, etc. And I happened to go into the book of Daniel and saw the word Mada, which means scientist. It says Daniel and these Hebrew boys were masters in the science. So the women in Jamaica who had the psychic phenomenon, they were healers and herbalists, they were also called Mada. That's one of the value, the highest value of the black woman. She's the original scientist. She's the one who assembles us and bring us into existence after receiving the initiating seed from the Zakar, the masculine. So I just wanted to add that. Now, so I just wanted to add that. So going back to the Torah is the template of the universe that allows you to perceive the rules of engagement that governs the tangible and intangible in order to create harmonial and harmonious, peaceful symbiosis. Negating the laws or the rule of engagement bring into existence the polar opposite, which result in war, madness, distortion, and deviance of all kinds. Now, I'm going to do some correlation between Yoruba and the Hebraic thought to show you that this is African science, right? The Yoruba cognate for Torah is Odu.
Oh, wow.
D and T are interchangeable in African languages. Most people aren't aware of this. So when you replace the D in Odu with a T, you get Etu. Etu is Igbo for Odu. In Jamaica, I grew up using that word, and it bears the same meaning. Okay. So Etu is the Igbo cognate for Odu. Odu means ways, manner, system, method, womb point, divine bodies of knowledge that you can unlock to manifest fathomable realities. The Hebrew cognate for Etu, or another Hebrew cognate for Etu of the Igbo, Odu of the Yoruba, and the Tao of the original Black Chinese, is the word Et, and it is found in Genesis chapter 1. It says, Barashit bara Elohim Et, right? Et means, Elohim means adjudicator of divine law. Elohim really means eumelanin, by the way, right? And et means a plowshare. If you go into Joel chapter 3, verse 10, you will see et mean a plowshare, a tool of cultivation. The tool of cultivation is the law, is what is the light that the sun is beaming to us. Okay. So plowshare, et means a tool of cultivation. The elements, the atoms, the laws that govern them, that you use to create hormonal balance, to ascertain harmonious, symbiotic, peaceful coexistence on this planet, or to cause
hold on, brother.
To cause,
give him a bomb. Give him a bomb, AD.
Repeat.
All right.
He needs massive bomb. Listen, I want to say something before you continue on, great doctor. You see, the people, they want to box Hebrew Israelites in this paradigm as Hebrews only stand on street corners and just holler at people. But they never dealt with Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. There's a difference from being a Hebrew Israelite with a religious mind state versus a Hebrew Israelite sovereign national. So I'm watching as the doctors speak and I'm looking at the comments. Now, let's keep it fair. This is to the audience. If there was somebody like, let's say a Jabari on here, or let's say an Ifadisi or Baba Hebrew or Tahuti, y'all will be in the comments saying, that's deep, that's deep. But because the brothers coming from a Hebraic paradigm, it's as if y'all have amnesia when it comes to the principles of things. We have to come out of this mind state of being boxed in a label of religiosity. He is showing you by comparing the cosmogonies throughout the continent of Africa with the Hebraic cosmogony. He's showing that the Hebraic cosmogony is quote unquote African in base. We're proving that the Bible is not a European book. That's the point that the doctor is showing. He is first he broke down that there was a recessive gene within the European anatomy. Thus, they don't have the ability to create cosmological sciences that we're conveying tonight. This is very basic. I'm telling this to the audience. This is very basic. He broke down that the Euro-Gentile does not have the ability to create a cosmogony that you see in the Genesis code. And now what he's doing is showing the similarities between African cosmogonies and Hebrew cosmogenesis or Hebrew cosmogony. Continue on, great doctor. Hallelujah.
Okay, so as I was saying that Genesis 1 made reference to, and I'm going to go into that in the second part of this presentation. This is just my opening, right? So Elohim et, you melanin plowshare, you melanin atom, you melanin tools of cultivation. So the word et, which is a cognate to the Yoruba Odu, to the Igbo etu. So the et personified the Torah or the laws that governs the functions of atoms, because we are all made up of atoms.
Oh,
You went out.
yo.
You went out, doctor.
You still there?
Determines the
Doctor,
function
go back,
of that particular.
doctor. Go back like 15 seconds. You had went out a little bit. Continue on.
Okay, so I was saying that Et, which is a cognate of the Hebrew, of the Yoruba Odu and the Igbo Etu, personify the Torah or the laws that govern the function of atoms, of all creation. Whenever the creator, whatever the creator will, Elohim, the biological living light, use the instructions or bodies of laws or knowledge embedded in that which is willed, and use it as a plowshare to create fathomable realities relative to what the creator or man desire to happen.
Absolutely. We here, we listening. You going in and out, doctor.
Yes, are you there?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so so Elohim represent the adjustment bureau, right? So in Joel, we see where atoms and their laws are used to create wars. What do I mean? It says in Joel 3 verse 10, beat your plowshares, which is the Hebrew word et. So et is not just a definitive article. It's talking about your body of knowledge that you have acquired. Turn your plowshares into swords and your pruning into spear. Let the weak say I'm strong. So this is showing you the polarities of the laws, right? Damn. Of the et, of the odus. You can use it to destroy
or build. Or build. We definitely see the duality or the polarity that you're bringing forth. Everything has polarity. And we're going to get into that as you continue on. Waha'adam kawa, meaning of polarity by the way of being a glorious beings. Are you back, great doctor?
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Y'all, anytime you go out, I just add on. You ain't got to worry about that. Tumshi Baraka Shah, doctor.
Okay, so we see in Joel 3 verse 10 made reference to et, the Odu. It says, beat your et, your plowshare into swords and your prune hooks into spear. Let the weak say I'm strong. In other words, you can use the laws of creation, the elements, the et, the atoms, to either make war or peace. In Isaiah 2 verse 4, we see the polar opposite, now this time to make peace. And he shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into prune hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn wars anymore. So, and then we go to Deuteronomy 30 verse 15. So see, I set before you today life and prosperity, death and destruction, which is conveying the idea that creation is based upon, as long as you're within this earth plane, on polarities. You can use the laws for good
or evil.
Bad.
Or evil. Where he's showing is there's polarity. We have to understand the psychology, how nations grow and develop. You can't just pick up the Bible and just read it as if, as you're reading it, that nation is a nation that is stagnated within their first development. And as I've always said, it's like you're learning how to count. When you first learn to count, you first learn from 0 to 9 or 1 to 10. As you develop mathematically, your understanding of math broadens. It's an elaborate picture, but it's simple. You learn 0 to 1, 1 to 9, now you're adding, now you're subtracting, you're doing decimals, fractions, you're dealing with algebra 1, 2, 3, trigonometry, calculus, logarithms. Like I said, the matrix of mathematics is elaborate, but it's simple. That is the growth and development of nations of the earth. The problem when people view the manuscript, they look at it as if you just see this nation of people come out of nowhere and their understanding remains the same, versus evolving within each dispensation of time or within each epoch of time. So certain things you may read may not be relevant to literally live out that reality, but to abstract the principle and grow and develop. Are you back, great doctor?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back. So
continue on. And also, as you continue on, I would like for you to give an understanding of the first pages of the Better Sheet and how it is not to be looked at literally, literal days.
Listen,
I know you're going to get
I'm about to go in on that shortly. Listen, I got something beautiful. Hold on.
But go ahead, continue on, doctor.
So basically, Deuteronomy 30, verse 15, tells you, speak in reference to the polarities. I set before you life and death. You have a choice. So you see, deception and wickedness are laws. And are laws. The same way truth and righteousness, or righteousness and life, they are laws, they are principles. To be wicked is a principle. To be right is a principle. They're all governed by laws. Now, the impetus behind a man's action can be qualified and quantified to understand what caused the manifestation of right or wrong behavior in order to create a mechanism to prevent and correct dysfunctional behavior. That is why the Chinese Buddhists call the cognate for et, Elohim et, Odu, Etu, they call it the Tao or the Tao. That's how you get Taoism. It's one cosmology, it's one truth. The Chinese cosmologies came coming out of original Africans who were miscegenated or bred out by the Mongoloids Chinese. The Tao is defined as the absolute principle, the underlying principle that governs the universe. Combining with itself is the principle of yin, which in Hebrew would be nekeva, feminine, and yang, which in Hebrew would be zakar, masculine, and signifying the way or the code of behavior that is in harmony with the natural order. Somebody just posted in the group, just do good, just use the law for good then. All right, makes sense. So I'm going to take you to Psalms 51. I just mentioned that I set before you, the Most High said, I set before you life and death. And I set before you that wickedness is a law. Righteousness is law. There are certain things you do that produce certain behavior. Did you know that there's a parasite that lives in cats? This is according to Dr. Sirius B, right? He was recently on Black Magic podcast, YouTube program, and he said, did you know that there is a cat cats was originally domesticated in Kemet around 6,000 years ago, and because of the genetic modification that went in to create cats, meaning now you're going against the laws of creation. That's a violation. The cats then develop what is called toxoplasma in their intestine. And the toxoplasma when the cat defecates or urinates, the toxoplasma release particular hormones that attracts rats to the litter of the cat. And then when the cat consumes the urine or inhale the toxoplasma then go into the brain, the amygdala, the limbic brain,
hijack the limbic brain and turn off the rat's flight or flight response or sense of disgust or ability to sense danger. Dr. Sirius B said, guess what? When you domesticate animals, when you hoard these domesticated animals, they're carrying viruses that hijack or colonize your limbic brain, your heart, your kidneys, and then they in turn produce hormones or messenger hormone that can dictate your behavior, dictate your desires. So we read in Psalms 51, it says, David said, purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou art broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out my iniquity. Create a clean heart within me. Renew a right spirit within me. What is David saying? That part of this, one of the reasons why we sin, as I said, righteousness and good behavior, dysfunctional and dysfunctional behavior can be quantified. David is saying, I'm using herbs to remove some parasites out of my biochemistry, parasites that probably hijacked in my heart, which is a brain, my amygdala, and changing my ability to discern right from wrong, functional from dysfunctional behavior. So some of the behavior we engage in are tied to the pathogens that invade our biochemistry. And a lot of this pathogen in the past 2,000 years or 400 years is coming out of Europe. It's coming from the pheomelanin racial type whose biochemistry is saturated with white blood cell, yeast, fungus, and a high amount of protein spikes. So I just wanted to...
Doctor, so great, doctor. Basically what you're saying, because of the lack of melanin by the way of overreaction of white blood cells, the Euro-Gentile cannot produce the document that we see called Bereshit or the Genesis.
They cannot.
Correct?
That's right.
Okay.
They cannot because
so I'm just laying down a foundation so the people can clearly understand what you just did. What you did is you scientifically proved, which Dr. Richard King, if you go get Black Seed, who is an actual doctor that deals with the biological makeup and the body functions of the lack of melanin. This is where he specializes in. And he says when one lacks melanin, it causes imbalance of brain function. So when you look at the Bereshit or the Genesis, you're looking at an understanding of circular cosmology and cosmology. And we know that the Euro-Gentile uses the left side of the brain function. So in that retrospect, everything that they tackle biblically is linear and based. This is a total contradiction in Eastern thought. And a lot of our brothers and sisters that's on the Black conscious / Afrocentric side, they view the scripture based upon the same way that the European captors have viewed it, because they lack the Hebraic thought that you're conveying. Isn't it funny that the same book they saying is wrong, you're using the same book and showing the world the actual African cosmology or the universal science that is conveyed within Torah Constitution. This is what the people need. The people need to get a in-depth understanding of Hebrew thought. I'm not talking about Christian thought with the Israelite face. We are talking about indigenous Hebraic thought. This is what we bring in at Killah Priestess Podcast. Continue on, good brother. Hallelujah.
Okay. So, rightfully said. So now I'm going to go into my presentation. I just wanted to lay the foundation. I want, and another thing as I go in, just to close off that, mighty Hebrew, when you read Psalms 19, verse 3, again, you can't use if you're scientific, you can decipher it. If you know the Hebraic thought or cosmology, you can decipher it. In Psalms 19, verse 3, it says, the heavens declare the glory of El, the Most High, the firmament sheweth his handiworks. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where no voice is not heard. Their lines, the ley lines, is gone out throughout all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them he set a tabernacle for the sun. Now, let me ask you a question. The Most High said he set a tabernacle in the
exactly where you go and bring back with this. Okay, just waiting for him to come back. So I see where you're about to go, Isaiah. Go ahead. I was about to tell it, but go ahead.
Okay, so when we, okay, I'm trying to get my screen back up here. Oh, what happened? Okay, so here we are. So the word that is used for set, in them he set, which is Psalm 19, verse 4, a tabernacle for the sun. Now, the word there for set is the word sam, right? Sam comes from the word, adverb, sum, right? Sam is actually referring to your melanosome. And only Black people have the requisite concentration of melanosome to absorb the sun. And the sun is transmitting to us the law, the knowledge of creation. So the word there for set is sam. And the word sam also means that which, here, there, in the sense of omnipotency, omniscience, omnipresence. What is that? That is saying that the melanosome within the melanocytes of you melanin people endow us with the ability to be what? Multidimensional. We have built in us a tabernacle for the Shemesh, the sun. That is why we are called Shemites or Kamites. Shem, numerical value is 600 plus Shem numerical value. The M in Shem have a value of 600. The S have a value of 300. That gives you 900. You break that 900 to 9, we're talking about 9 ether beings. The highest frequency, the highest number. 9 represents Tsedek, meaning what? He or she who hunts, trap, and embody the divine laws, the righteous, to produce right behavior. So you see, this book, does European have a tabernacle for the sun? They can only spend 30 minutes in the sun.
Damn.
It will give them cancer. So is this book a Eurocentric book? I lived in Israel. The sun will kill you in Israel.
Damn. Lord have mercy.
That's African land. Okay, so when you go a little bit further, you're going to see King David mentions gamma ray frequency. It says in Psalms 19 verse 6, it said, his going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the end of it. There is nothing hidden from the heat of the sun. Now, when you look up the word there for heat, the word, it comes from the word kama. You take out that ket, becomes the G in English, gamma. Gamma rays. Now, according to Dr. Joel Pookrum, a neurosurgeon, Pan-Africanist, she said, only Black people are hardwired with the requisite melanosome to absorb the highest and most potent and most electron and most information dense form of light spectrum, gamma, which is gamma rays. Gamma rays. This is talking about us. It ain't talking about them. So pay attention. The next verse, King David then break down what the whole thing is, what the sun is really doing. He said, the Torah, the truth of Yahweh is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, making the wise simple. Making the wise the simple. Okay, so the testimony of Yahweh is sure, making wise the simple. Now, pay attention to this. The word there is going to make the wise, no, sure, making wise the simple. The operative word is the simple, right? The word for simple is the word petit. Now watch this. The root of petit is the root of the word, one of the root of the word Yafet. And according to the table of nation, Yafet occupy Europe. Petit is the root of Yafet, and petit means foolish. Another root for Yafet is patah, and patah means to be beguiled, to be deceived. That is the nature of what I just explained. Obsessive, Yafet possess obsessive compulsive disorder. So it's saying the son have within it the law to make Yafet, the Caucasoid family, make them wise, but they can't absorb the full light spectrum. But the key here is petit is the root of Yafet, which means to be beguiled, to be deceived, to be foolish, to be open and susceptible to distortion. Look it up for yourself. Right? That's them. This book have nothing to do with them. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my presentation now. All right, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead and share the screen on your end.
Doctor.
Now we into deep Hebrew.
Yes, I'm here.
Because I always got to chime in. And again, I'm looking at the comments and I'm saying, people are saying, one brother said, when we need our Malcolm X's. Look, we're actually living proof of what Marcus Garvey and wanted to manifest. I live in Tanzania, East Africa. The brother lives in Jamaica, but he's back and forth in Africa, Ghana, Israel, different areas like that. And he has lived in Israel for an extensive amount of years amongst the community, among Israel. We're repatriators, and we are the living children of Israel who have returned back to the land of the promise outlined in Bereshit, falsely called Genesis chapter 15 to 18, the great river Egypt to the Euphrates, which starts in East Africa. It drops in what you know as Lake Victoria in Uganda, pushing all the way to Iraq to the Euphrates. Remember, there's no such thing as the Middle East. The so-called Middle East is northeastern Africa prior to the excavation of the Suez Canal, which was a 10-year period that took from 1859 to 1869. You have to study geography based on the Edenic perspective, not from the perspective that was colonized by the way of the Berlin Conference in 1889 when they chopped up the continent and started to create demarcation stations, which in turn developed new identities throughout Africa. That's why when you start to study up on West Africa and Central Africa, areas like that, a lot of the names that you're seeing that we're identifying ourselves as today, you don't see these names in ancient times, but these names have became reminders of which we came from. Like, for instance, the word Ashan in Hebrew means smoke. There was actually a city in southern Judea known as Ashan. If you go into Yehoshua, falsely called the book of Joshua, chapter 15, starting at verse 22 to 42, you'll see that Ashan was one of the land areas from which the tribe of Yehuda or Yehoiada, the tribe of Judah, dwelt. So we have to understand the anthropogenesis of nations. And that has been the problem and the disservice amongst our people. And I challenge the Black conscious community. If y'all can capture Kemet and y'all can see the gross misinterpretation and misrepresentation from the Euro-Gentiles to try to separate Kemet from the rest of the body of Africa, why can't y'all bring Israel into its African forefront? If you don't know geography, let me remind you, the southern Negev desert is an extension of the Sahara Desert. When you look at the plant and animal base in the Sahara Desert and in Dimona, Israel, they have the same animal and plant base, thus proving that Israel is in fact Northeastern Africa. And if you keep interjecting saying that Israel is in the Middle East, I ask you live in front of everybody on Killah Priest Podcast, where's the Middle North, the Middle South, and the Middle West? If you keep saying that there's a Middle East, I want to know where the Middle North is at, the Middle South, and the Middle West. It is a lie that was developed during World War II correspondence in 1945. That's when the term Middle East came into effect. Prior to that, there was no such thing as Middle East. Israel is, in fact, Northeast Africa. Hallelujah. Go ahead, great doc.
I just wanted to ask, somebody mentioned that I know Europeans who travel around the planet and sunbathe. Yes, all of them are taking, they're taking synthetic melanin. Get that clearly, right? And when you check the level of skin cancer on the planet, is mostly in Europeans who mostly suffers from that, but they're using melatonin or synthetic. They're taking synthetic melanin to protect themselves, right? All right, so I'm gonna go in now. So I don't think I'm able to share my screen.
You should
not able to do that.
Do you see the share button on the bottom of Zoom?
All right, I'm looking.
It should say new share.
All right, I see it here. Hold on. All right. Hold on there.
So while he's looking at that, I just looking at that real fast. I just want to remind the people again. Let me share something with you. Buddhism. Is there a difference when you go online and study Buddhism and you adopt certain elements of Buddhism and you apply it to your everyday life, or if you go to like a storefront and learn a little bit of Buddhist principles versus learning Buddhism from a Shaolin temple, in a Shaolin temple, sitting under the feet of master teachers? See, just like learning martial arts, correctly martial science, there's a difference from somebody knowing how to break somebody's arm versus knowing how to break somebody's arm and also knowing how to fix it. You see, these games that a lot of people play shows that they have a biasness in their mind, because here we are taking away the spookism and the myth. Now, well, correctly, the so-called myth, because we know that the term myth is being used incorrectly within the Western world, right? So now we're bringing the reality of the scripture in your face. Y'all want to say, oh, no. But as long as there was a spooky connotation, y'all enjoyed that because you can punch holes. But see, brothers like us, you can't punch holes with us because we can answer the challenge. This is why we are here. We are here as ambassadors of real Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic thought. This is what you see our flag in the background, representing our sovereignty. So we're in Africa. So we're not just talking. We're not just talking about how much we love Africa, but we are in our London flat or in our New York condo, or we somewhere in Philly. No, we are here in Africa putting in the work, okay? We putting in the work, and on top, we're giving you the true African, Edenic, indigenous understanding of Hebrew paradigm. We have schools of thought. We have the School of the Prophets Institute at Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, founded by the late Prince Dr. Shaliach ben Yahuda. We have the Mighty Hebrew University, founded by me and Dr. Moreh Yoel ben Yisrael. So what we're saying here is you have to hear it from the master teachers. You cannot no longer just go into this Eastern book and think you can get your own understanding. No, it is best to learn from master teachers who lived and walked it with the communalistic mind state versus people that is reading it from an abstract perspective with a Western mind state. You're never going to get the proper understanding. And if you continue to try to get it from that understanding, you're always going to have a biased base as to what is being conveyed that is in opposition to the position that you think what the Bible is saying, and it's really not saying these things that you think. You've been born in a world with preconceived notions of what the so-called Bible say. So you never give the Bible a fair assessment because you already been pre-programmed to view the Bible a certain way. So once you start looking into the Bible, what comes up is all them conceived thoughts and ideas from the slave master that enslaved you. So you already have basically a fixed fight understanding of what the scriptures say, and it don't say what you think. So you have to take that whole mind state from out of your mind and just come with a pure heart and listen and do as my mother said, eat the steak and spit out the bone. Continue on, great doctor.
Okay, so I'm going into tonight's topic, proper. The rise and fall of the Adamic/Assarian civilization. I just want to say that the concept Adam and Assar is the same concept. Adam is not necessarily referring to a man or a woman per se. It's the whole of what we call earth, the flora, the fauna, or animals, human, plant kingdom, right? So, and I'm going to substantiate this. I'm going to prove this. First and foremost, let's define.
Did you find the share button so you could share your screen?
Man, I start this for sharing. I hit it.
You hit the share button?
You are sharing screen. It says you are sharing screen.
Yeah, because you're not sharing here. Let me stop my share. Okay, boom. Now we are. Sorry about that. I guess it was on my end. All set now.
Right. So it's first and foremost, let's define what is Adam. I would like to preface by stating the following. The Torah teaches us that the Hebrew name, that the Hebrew names or words of someone or something both reflects its inner essence and is a determined factor in the fulfillment of his destiny. Hebrew words are action-oriented. They are designed to tell a story, to convey systems and methodology in order to paint an accurate picture of reality as ordained by our programmer, Yahuwah. All right. You see, mnemonics or binary codons constitute the language of the multiverse. Every Hebrew letter has a number, mineral, and amino acid correspondence. Words are formed from root words, Just like you have a mother and a father. If I want to know about you, I'm going to your roots, right? Mother, father. So words are formed from roots. Now, they didn't teach you that in English, huh? In the Caucasian language, they didn't. All right, cool. Root words and related root words assist each other or assist you in ascertaining the depth and the meaning of a word or concept. Also, you ascertain the meaning of a letter by correlating it with the very first time it was used in the beginning of a word in the Torah. For example, let us look at the letter Aleph, whose English cognate is the letter A. Aleph is the first letter in the word Adam, but also Asar. Our first encounter with the letter Aleph is found in the first chapter in the book of Genesis. Genesis states, Barashit bara Elohim et, which translated as, with beginnings, he create Elohim et. 5 things we notice here. The B prefix in Barashit means with. The Reshit in Barashit means beginnings. The first use of the letter Aleph is embedded in the word Reshit. Reshit comes from the word Rosh, and it means head. In Amharic, the language of Haile Selassie, it is Ras, right? And the head is personified by the letter Aleph in the word Rosh. It's a A inside that word Rosh, even though it's written here as an O. But the A represents the Aleph. The head is personified by the letter Aleph. But we're trying to get to what is this Aleph? The second use of the letter Aleph is in the word bara. The Aleph in bara means he creates. The third use of the word Aleph as a root letter in a word is Elohim. Even though it's written with an E here, in Hebrew it's an A, but it has been intonated to sound as, it has been to give an E sound. The Aleph is the first letter in Elohim. Elohim means the adjudicator of divine law, a creative apparatus, as well as that which is in a student-teacher relationship with the Aleph or with he. Again, who is this he? Who is the Aleph? The fourth use of Aleph is in the word et. Et or at is generally misconstrued or as a definite article, likened onto the English word the. However, et in this context is referring to a plowshare. What is a plowshare? A plowshare is a tool of cultivation. Essentially, so what you see here is Africans using concrete objects, things in nature, to convey something scientific, to activate your senses, so you can have a pictographic image of the science they are conveying to you. When you think of a plowshare, cultivate, create, mold, shape, essentially et correspond to atoms. We will discuss this further. Therefore, Genesis chapter 1 should read on this wise: with beginning, he, the Aleph, he, the Aleph, create a gene transcriptor apparatus or tool, again, which is the Elohim et. So who is he, or who is the Aleph? We go in the Aleph in Adam, the Aleph in Elohim, the Aleph in Bara, the Aleph in Et, the Aleph in Rashit. Okay, it's a code, it's a coded word. This is our ancient priest scribe, our cosmology. This is not for babies, all right? Since the subject matter is the rise and fall of Adam, I'm going to use I'm going to use the term Adam to explain or identify the he in Bereshit bara Elohim et. In doing so, I will be able to elucidate for you who is Adam and what is the Adamic function that cause, and what is the Adamic function and what caused the Adamic fall, or the fall of the Assarian civilization. Remember, in the Kemetic truth that they call mythology, Assar was cut into 14 pieces. Now, our profound astrologer, Sister Mira Moss, state that the reason why Assar was cut into 14 pieces by Set is because Assar abused the power. She said the only sin is abuse of power. Look in Africa today and look at our kings and our leaders. Look in the Black community. Look in countries that are dominated by Black individuals. And what do you see? Abuse of what? Power. But that's for part 2, relative to the fall. So, even, just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. All right. Even is incorporated in the other thing.
So as you're looking for that, again, you know me, I'm constantly watching, I'm constantly looking, and now I'm seeing the rhythm of the audience changing to now people are starting to now get an understanding. Some people that's making comments like they're lost. Naturally, you're going to be lost if you weren't first learn how to count from 0 to 1. So every society had their initiated adapts. I have to remind y'all this one more time. If you go, let's say if you sit under Baba Haru, I'm just using this as an example, to be initiated in the Kemetic school of thought. There are going to be things that Baba Haru and those that initiate you, we're not talking masonry. There's a difference from being a mason versus initiated adapt. That has to be made clear. Second, getting back to Baba Haru, and I'm using this as a hypothetical. If you're under the tutelage of Baba Haru and you're learning Imdunetu or Medunega, there are things that you're going to learn that the common person that's just learning on their own, it's a difference, because there was a comment like, what determines a master teacher? Simple. Those that are practitioners and have the experience of what they're speaking about. We have a community in Dimona, Israel, that has been in Israel close to 60 years, that have separated themselves and created our own institutions of higher learning. When you deal with the Euro-Gentile, and the Euro-Gentile come on these shows and say they have a master's degree in thus, thus, and thus. They have a doctorate's degree in thus, thus, thus. You don't question their school of higher learning. But when it comes to Black folks, or quote unquote Black folks that created their own institutions of higher learning, that's given their own doctorates and masters, you question that. You see how you can say that you're conscious, but still uphold a slave mentality. I hear feedback. Can y'all hear me?
Whose screen is that?
Yes. What I'm saying is
Somebody's playing. Yeah, okay.
Okay, can y'all, let me make sure. Okay, it's better. What I'm saying is y'all have to stop this. You can't say you're a conscious being, but then turn around and question our background and say, what makes y'all master teachers? Well, what makes the Euro-Gentile a master? He comes on and says, well, I was in Harvard and I was in Yale and I have a doctorate in such and such and such. And we know that their institutions of higher learning was built off the enslavement and backs of our people. And we decided to leave from the confines of America and develop our own schools of higher learning such as the School of the Prophets Institute, and we develop a system of higher morality, higher ethnic code. And y'all can't take that, but you could take the enemy. That shows that a lot of y'all that say that y'all conscious, y'all really not as conscious as y'all say. Because if you was conscious, you would commend those who said, we're going to separate ourselves from the machinery or the matrix. We teach our own children. We give birth to our own children naturally. We grow our own food. We make and manufacture our own clothes. We have our own restaurants. We have our own clinics. We have our own schools. We have our own institutions of higher learning. We have our own anthropologists and archaeologists that do the on-ground footwork research as to what we're conveying. We have a whole society that y'all overlooking. So this is what defines us as master teachers, based on what we have produced. When you can go touch, taste it, see it, smell it, hear it, you can go to Dimona, Israel. You can see the work that we've done all over Africa, 56 plus years. So this cannot be ignored any longer. If you want to see what makes us master teachers, at any given time, you can come visit me in Tanzania, East Africa, or go to Dimona, Israel, and you can see the work that we're doing. Continue on, great doctor. Hallelujah.
And to support what you're saying, that is why I mentioned you live the toxoplasma virus, parasite. So, and there are others. When these parasites, for those who've been following from the beginning, once you are infected with the toxoplasma, all you do is you will complain about your oppression and your oppressor, but you will not do anything to change your condition. The toxoplasma actually cause you to be submissive. Sometimes you also, other viruses cause you to be angry or controlling, right? We're all infected by something parasitic coming from their civilization and coming from something our ancestors did, because the domestication of animals, of cats and other animals, were done by us prior to the Europeans. And so the sickness that we're dealing with today, or the parasitic infection, whether it's their language, their distorted definition of our cosmology that they adapt, all those things are contributing to our distortion, right? So that is why you have people come on and have some, one would say, some negative comments, because they're not even aware that they are also infected, that they need some bitter wood, that they need some cascara sagrada on a daily basis to remove these mind-controlling parasites from our biochemistry. Enough of that. All right, so continue. So we are trying to identify who is the Aleph in Adam. Who is Adam? Who is Asar? All right. Since the subject matter is the rise and fall of the Adamic civilization, right? I am going to use Adam to explain or identify the he in Barashit, bara Elohim et, right? Who is this he? And in doing so, I will be able to elucidate for you who is Adam and what is the Adamic function and what caused the fall of the Adamic civilization or the Assarian civilization. Everything is inculcated into that letter Aleph, the first letter in the word, which is the first letter in the word Adam. When that is understood, polarities relative to the rise and fall of Adam or the Assarian civilization, where Assar was destroyed, was cut into pieces by Set, will be ostentatiously clear to everyone. So the epithet or the term Adam comes from the root word dam, which means blood. And the letter Aleph is the prefix in the word Adam. From the root dam, we get the related word dama, dome, and meod, which means to resemble, expand, or multiplied the Selem. Do you remember in Genesis it state, let us made man in our image? The word there is Selem. This image means spirit double. So Adam was made in the spirit double of something. Adam is a spirit double of something. But who and what is this image? Again, the image is the Aleph in Adam. But who is the Aleph in Adam? We're about to get to that right now. You see, when the letter, remember I stated earlier that every Hebrew letter have a numerical value. And words that have related value help to shape the meaning of that word.
We go down. Is voltage controller.
Repeat.
We have a question in the chat from Voltage Controller. He says, I'm more interested in what's going on to create the rise of positivity and restoring the balance on the planet. He's asking, how can we use this information that you're given to help create a more positive reality?
Now, I'm doing a presentation and the answers are built in. And if you follow from the beginning, with all due respect, you notice I gave critical pieces. We have to let go of the distorted language and definitions that we inherit from the Yafet or the Caucasite, because they cannot refract the full light spectrum. Because they cannot reflect the full light spectrum, what is built into their language and thought pattern, their culture, is distortion. Because that's the kind of light they absorb. And it's because of their biochemistry. Biochemistry determines sociology and psychology. So what I am presenting is the melanin full light spectrum refraction or thought pattern. So we going back into history to dissect our cosmology to see where we went wrong. Because truth be told, we haven't solved our problems fully yet. There are many of us that are doing great works, but we haven't fully solved it. So it's incumbent upon all of us to go back to the annals of history, to go back into our genome, into our cosmology, to find, to restore the right brain inductive thinking and to see where we went wrong. That's why personage like Dr. Sebi came into existence. And when he went back into history, he said, we are eumelanin people. We are carbon-based. We are electrical. We don't need meat. The metabolic waste from meat is ammonia and sulfuric acid. And it's the same ammonia and sulfuric acid that is causing DNA damage and damaging your nervous system and impeding your ability to refract the full light spectrum, the gamma ray frequency that Dr. Jules Fulcrum spoke about. So again, you will find pieces in this that will be relevant to you. But again, we have a whole room of people listening. So just take your time, listen, and I'm sure there are going to be pieces that speak to you and help you in your liberation efforts. We all have different aspects that we are dealing with personally. Okay, can I continue?
Yes.
So so now I'm explaining what is the meaning of the Aleph in the word Adam or the R in Asar. You see, when the letter, remember I stated earlier, the Aleph, every Hebrew letter, that African language, every letter in that language have a numerical value, right? And words that have the same numerical value help you ascertain the meaning of a word. This is not taught in Western languages and European languages. But if you go into India and study Sanskrit, all these metaphysics are built in. If you go into Akan, into Yoruba, this is the norm. These metaphysics, these sacred, what you call gematria, are built in. Math is the language of the universe. We weren't taught this. Okay, so you see, when the letter that makes up the word Aleph, the A, the L, and the F, in Hebrew it's Aleph, Lam, Pe, are spelled out, the aggregate value of the word is 26. 26 is the exact numerical value of Yahweh, which is translated as a creator in Hebrew, but Yahweh means more than that. So Yahweh is the He in Barashit bara Elohim et. Yahweh is what the A in Adam personified. Additionally, the letter Aleph is made up of, respectively, 2 letters. The same letter Aleph is what they call A in English. The English alphabet comes from the Hebrew, but you were never told that A is made up of 3 letters. They don't teach you this. They don't want you to think multidimensional. They don't want you to be scientific like Marcus Garvey said. Garvey said in your homes and everywhere possible, you must teach the higher development of science to your children. Only so you're going to overcome the evil design of modern materialism. Because when you understand science, you understand your cosmology, your biology, and you know when they are selling you or projecting frequencies to you that are geared towards destroying melanin biochemistry. Did you know that they have viruses that target Black people specifically? Viruses that can read our genome and know to only attack us? So we must be scientific, because we were a scientific civilization. All right. So the Aleph is made up respectively of 2 letters, Yud, 2 Yud, and 1 letter Wav. When you hear the letter Wav, you hear waves. Yud, English cognate, is the letter Y. And the English cognate for Wav is the letter W. Now, the aggregate numerical value respectively for the 2 letter Yuds and the 1 letter Wav is 26. So it's essentially, so with beginnings, Yahweh Elohim, or our gene transcript, or with beginnings, Yahweh Elohim et, or Yahweh creates Elohim et, or a gene transcriptor tool that brought Adam, or the Adamic consciousness, into existence. A gene transcriptor tool, what is that? Elohim et simply means you melanin. If you spell the word Elohim mehole in reverse, you get the word mehole, which is a cognate of the Greek word mela, which means melanin. And what is melanin? Biological living light interacting and reacting upon itself to create more of itself. According to Dr. Jewel Pookrum, when the sperm meets the egg, it's melanin within the Black woman's womb that writes the gene, that writes the genetic program, that create the neurotoxic highway, the meridians, along which cells travel that eventually morph into organs, tissues, cells, tissues, and organs, or what they call ectoderm, mesoderm, etc. It's melanin doing that. So that is what the first chapter in Genesis is saying. With beginning, Yahweh create a gene transcriptor tool, melanin atom, melanin plowshare. And it is that, and that is what the Aleph in Adam personified. All right, so now, hence the following scriptural reference. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, it states, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fishes of the sea, over the fowl of the air, etc." Who is this us? This us is referring to Yahweh, the gene transcriptor, the biological living light, melanin. All right? Dr. Jewel Pookrum have a number of lectures on YouTube relative to melanin, where she go in great depth. But I'm just showing you that the Elohim within the Hebraic concept is referring to melanin. All right. I'm not going to read the full content of this scriptural reference. So the creator create Elohim, or biological living life, who are the judges. For anybody in the group who may question, you saying Elohim are the judges, well, you can read Exodus 21 and you see where the judges of Israel, they were called Elohim too, right? Because we are also Elohim, we are writers of our genetics. Your thoughts and what you eat determine what you create. Okay, so the creator create Elohim, who were the judges, who decided on what is created based upon what is willed by the creator, which is the laws, which is the et, which is the plowshare, which is the Torah, which is the atom, the Tao, the Torah, the Odu, the et, etu. All right. Additionally, 26.
Keep your thought right there for a second. I just want to say this to the audience, because there was a statement saying you're freestyling. No, he's not. These are the things that you learn at the Mighty Hebrew University or at the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel. Remember, the great doctor was just saying, when you go into the Hebrew language, our language is also our numbers. So if you're dealing with Yahweh or Yahuwah, Yohe, Wohe, when you look at the numerical value of that word in Hebrew grammatria, it comes up to 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. That is infinity, and also the sign of the covenant. This is why we circumcise our children, well, our sons, on the 8th day. There is a science behind what is being conveyed. These are not freestyles that this man is saying, because if it was freestyles, then there wouldn't be a school of thought. We have institutions that teaches these things. At the Mighty Hebrew University, we teach this by the way of Hebrew cosmogenesis, which is the study of cosmology and cosmology from a Hebraic school of thought. You have also Hebrew anthropogenesis, where we study the anthropology of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic thought from an African Hebraic base by studying the anthropogenesis of the tribes throughout Africa that are identifying themselves as Israelites. And in also that retrospect, we study the cosmologies of these Israelites throughout Africa, and we deal with what is called a comparative study, along with other cosmologies and cosmologies that may not be Hebraic, but the base is universal. So we're able to deal with it based upon the comparative study, and we can see the similarities. When you go into the ancient Sanskrit, and study the 4 Yuga cycles, when you go into the Hebrew grammatria, you can go on shows such as Zion Lex show. Zion Lex teaches the Hebrew grammatria system. Kabbalists or Kabbalistic scholars been teaching the Hebrew grammatria, even though they distorted a lot of it because they lacked the melanin capability to have a higher understanding. And we keep bringing up melanin because melanin is a major part of brain function. Y'all have to understand what the man is doing. He scientifically broke down the difference from our genetic makeup and code versus theirs. And because of the lack of melanin, they could not produce a circular cosmology or cosmology that is outlined in Genesis. See, y'all want us to come up here and say, see, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. That is not what the original Hebrew text conveys. And then you hear people say, well, y'all don't have no original manuscripts. Well, there isn't any original manuscripts in Kemet neither. There are only copies of copies. What y'all thought y'all had an original Purim Hebrew? You thought the walls that when you go into the pyramids, you thought they were the original manuscripts? No, they were drawn or written from other papyrus copies that they had. To say all that is, we are returning back to the principle of things. Mathematics is universal in base. So we could take the 22 letters within the Hebrew Aleph Bet, we could take the Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew hieroglyph and use that to get a deeper understanding of the Genesis. Y'all are reading from the English, and that's just that, without any Hebrew scholar. I'm talking about a real master teacher. Do you question Ink Man that taught Bruce Lee? He was a master teacher. If y'all can respect the master teachers of other nations, you have to respect the master teachers within your own nation. So the only way to get a in-depth understanding of Hebrew thought, you have to go to a Hebrew master teacher. To understand the in-depthness of Buddhism, you have to go to a Buddhist master. To get an in-depth understanding of Brahmanism or Hindu thought, you have to go to a master guru. You cannot on your own, without any discipline, any schooling, just go on the internet. Yeah, you may have a certain intellectual base understanding of these coaches, but if you're not a participant and a practitioner of that walk, you're not going to get the fullness. So what the doctor is bringing to you, it seems foreign because you haven't learned under master teachers. You are just here, Hebrew Israelite, then you'll type on the internet, Hebrew Israelite, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a misunderstanding Western thought from the enemy anyway, and then you get this misunderstanding of Hebrew thought. Verse, here's your master teacher in Hebrew thought right here. We are the master. We sat under master teachers, the late Ben Ami, the late Dr. Prince Shalia, the late Dr. Sabi. We sat under master teachers, so we know what we're conveying. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not just making up anything. So I just wanted to let the audience know it's nothing that he's freestyling. These are things that you can learn at the Mighty Hebrew University and the School of Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. Continue on, great doctor.
Mighty Hebrew, you have a question in the super chat. Do you want to wait till after the presentation, or do you want to answer the question in the super chat? I think you muted yourself.
Do you want me to wait, great doctor, or do you want to continue?
Yeah, just wait so I can maintain the flow.
Got it.
Go ahead, great doctor.
All right. So as I stated earlier, we're identifying what is the significance of the A in the word Adam, right? So we came to a point where we identify that the A is referring to the creator, based upon the fact that the Aleph has a numerical value of 26, and the Hebrew word sound for the creator, Yahweh, also have a numerical value of 26. Now I'm going to tell you something significant about the letter 26 that you can verify with science and math. 26 is the only number in math that sits between a cube, which is a number 3 times itself. 9 to the 3rd power, 9 times 3 is 27. That makes up a cube. And a square is 5 times itself. That makes up a square, which is 25. So 26 is the only number in math that sits between numbers that equates to a cube and a square. So therefore, 26 represent also a compass and a square. A compass and a square represents or forms the Star of David, which is a geometric 6-pointed crystalline structure. Another name for this structure is carbon, and its bioactive form, eumelanin. All you have to do, go online, search and look up the geometric structure for carbon or the benzene ring, and you verify this for yourself. When you look at your skin, what do you see? You see hexagonal complexes, miniature stars of David. These are pyramids. They are light receptors. Okay. All right. The Aleph in Adam is conveying the idea that we live in an allogram or an allographic multiverse. What is an allogram? Allogram means messages received in whole, which means it's coming from a coherent source. when an hologram is made, a coherent beam of light is divided so that one beam, the reference beam from the subjective realm, is projected directly into a photovoltaic refractor that records, discern, and reconstruct the light according to the laws or the message that is embedded in the light that is being projected. The photovoltaic cell then projects another beam, which is an object beam, which then manifests varying expression of life, animals, human, minerals, plants, or encompassing flora and fauna. As mentioned prior, Aleph is made up of 3 letters. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay, the three letters respectively represents the 3 aspects of an hologram. So A, the reference beam from the subjective realm represent the letter, one of the letter Yud in Aleph. The photovoltaic refractor that records, discern, and reconstruct the light, that records, just a moment here. Okay, I'm gonna start reading from here. I'm sorry, I just missed. Okay, so as mentioned prior, the Aleph is made up of 3 letters. The 3 letters respectively represent the reference beam, which is the subjective realm, the photovoltaic refractor, which record, discern, and reconstruct the light. C, the objective beam that project from the photovoltaic and refract and manifest varying expression of life. Essentially, the reference beam from the subjective realm correspond to the Yud, one of the Yud in Aleph. The photovoltaic refractor that records, discern, and reconstruct the light correspond to the Wav, which is carbon, which is Elohim, which is biological living light, eumelanin. That is why carbon is called the chemical element of life, because it conveys 3-dimensional reality. It is what allows you to see things in this tangible form. For example, carbohydrate is made up of what? Hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen and oxygen are gases. They're not tangible. You can't see those with your naked eyes. But once you add carbon to it, it becomes a fruit, an apple, a grain, a carbohydrate. That's why carbon is called the chemical element of life, because it makes the intangible tangible. You also have HC, hydrocarbon, which is what fats are made of, right? Hydrogen is a gas, but carbon is what makes the fat tangible. That's how you have coconut, hemp seeds, avocados. They are hydrocarbon, right? Now, the next element, CHON, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, which is the chemical formula for amino acids. Proteins are chains of amino acids. HON, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen are gases. But again, it is carbon that makes it tangible. So the photovoltaic refractor, eumelanin, the Elohim, represents carbon, right? Now, and that represents the letter Wav in the Aleph, which make up the word Adam or Asar, which represent God. Now, which is conveying the idea of we living in a hologram, meaning that we have a spirit double. We are being projected. Consciousness is being projected to us on this plane, but we come from a higher source. All right. So the last one, the C, the objective beam projected from the photovoltaic refractor, is the final Yud in the letter Aleph, which manifests varying expression of life: animal, human, minerals, plants, flora, fauna, etc. Hence, so that is why in Exodus, the Most High referred to self as Iye Asher Iye. I am that I am, I will be what I will be. The Creator creates through the first expression. In other words, Okay, I could leave it right there. So the creator is saying, I will be what I will be. Whatever I desire to create, I create. I am indefinable. All right. So Elohim then, as I stated before, biological living light, as in eumelanin. The et mean atom or plowshare. You can verify that in Joel 3. It is not just a definitive article, as I stated before. All creation are made from atoms or Elohim et. As these, all creation is made up of atom or Elohim et. And Elohim et is the Selem, the spirit double in which we were made, the image in which we were made. Dr. Pookam defined that as that Elohim et, or the Elohim as the eumelanin as biological living light, projecting itself, absorbing itself, and creating more of itself. And that's what we are. So the sun is beaming to us light codes. And that's what the Aleph in Adam, that's the image that Adam was made in. So all minerals are measured according to the electron embedded in the atom. Electron configuration or electron per atom in a mineral determine the function of that mineral or the purpose and function of the being that is made from that plowshare or that atomic configuration. Therefore, electron, the atom, the plowshare, the tools of cultivation or creation, the adjudicator that determine the function of the atom is Yahweh Elohim, the owner of our DNA helix. So Aleph then in Adam means a unified family of forces or a unified family of biological living light, as in Yahweh Elohim, that create and express power to the faculties of biological living light, as in Elohim et, or eumelanin atoms. The word atom is also Adam. T and D are interchangeable in African languages. So essentially, Selem, which means the image in which we were made in, the beings that says, let us make man in our own image, is Yahweh Elohim. The Aleph, the image that Adam was made in, the image that Adam is the image that Adam is supposed to personify. We, the whole creation. Therefore, the Adamic image constitute plants, mineral, animal, human, flora, which essentially is a family of forces. Adam, which is us.
So doctor, I just want to make this clear. So basically you're saying Adam is an ecology, not necessarily man.
It's an ecology. It's everything. Adam, if you read, when you read in Genesis, what does it say? It says he created Edom, he created Adam. It never says man, it says Adam. And then it says in Adam is Zakar ve Nekeva, meaning masculine and feminine. Everything in creation is what? Masculine and feminine. The Chinese say yin and yang. Electricity, positive and negative pole. You can't go around that. All right. So Adam is supposed to be the embodiment of all life, of all life, sustaining life force, working harmonious, peaceful, symbiotic cohesion to reflect the oneness of Aleph, because the value of Aleph is also one. It only becomes 26 when you spell out all the letters. So Adam is supposed to reflect the Aleph, or the integrative oneness of God on earth, or Yahweh Elohim. Essentially, Adam, man and woman, are hardwired now with the we know to communicate with all forces, because we are variation of the one, the Aleph, the creator. So when you read Deuteronomy, I believe it's Deuteronomy chapter 6, that is why it states, "Hear, O Yashar Allah." All Israel is saying is Asar, Adam. It's the same thing. Simply mean a people that are bounded to the El, the Aleph, right? It says, Hear, O Israel, the Lord, Hear, O Israel, Yahuwah Elohim, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eachad, Yahuwah Elohim, the creator, the adjudicator of divine law, Yahuwah Melanin, you melanin is one, Yahuwah Eachad, right? Everything is connected, meaning what? If you pollute the air you breathe, you're destroying yourself. When you kill an animal, you're harming yourself. How? In Akan cosmology, they teach you that every being carry a conscience or a life force. And when you take that life force will come and haunt you. They call that term a sasa spirit. In Hebrew, the cognate for sasa is the word sa in Hebrew, which means to hunt. So when you eat the meat and then you end up get diabetes, what you think that is? That's karma. Because the metabolic waste from the meat is what? Ammonia, sulfuric acid, and the ammonia and sulfuric acid acidify your pancreatic juices and your bile. And when that happens, you can't assimilate your nutrients. You cannot digest properly. And the blood then raises pH, this alkaline phosphate pH, in order to protect the delicate pH of 7.365 of your blood. If the blood doesn't remain at 7.635, you will die instantly. So the blood then pull from your bones, pull from your tissues, mineral, to alkalize itself to prevent you from dying. Long-term pulling from the bone leads to kidney failure. And that's why Black people, African Americans, have the highest cases of kidney failure. Animal consumption, and acid food consumption. Because everything is one. You're supposed to eat from that which gives to you freely. The fruits, the herbs. This is what you call a diet that is karmic, that lacks karmic debt. You don't have to take a life to sustain a life. You are one with the creation, so you must live harmoniously. And that is what Assar and Adam personify. The trees are family.
So what you saying is if one sphere is off, the Ha'adam doesn't exist in its fullness, because now we're getting the proper conception that Ha'adam represents ecology. And we know that the word Ha'adam doesn't mean man, because the English word man goes back to the Sanskrit word manu, which means to think. So we know when we break down the word Ha'adam with the pictorial Sinaitic Hebrew, we see that it means the outstretched, or the firstborn, or the first blood rising with outstretched arms, defining the ecological system being connected to the earth plane. So you saying that we must return back to the Adamic consciousness, or dietary consciousness, well, correctly, livid consciousness, because we know within the word diet is die. So in the kingdom thought, we taking it, instead of saying diet, we say live it or live it. So yeah, we with you. I'm just, coming in, punching in a little bit, so you can return back, great doctor. This is very interesting.
Okay,
and
all
it's
right.
very informative.
Okay, I'm just trying to reshare back my screen here. Just a moment. Just a moment. All right, so I'm not going to go into this fully. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
We see it clear.
All right. In Ezekiel 28, again, you also have to remember that when we write our cosmology, we use a lot of metaphor and similitudes. So I grew up in Jamaica again, and I grew up knowing my granduncle taught me the Anansi proverbs or the Anansi story. It's not a myth. And when Anansi story is actually talking about electromagnetism. When you look at a spider, it have 4 legs, 8 legs, 4 on each side. All you have to do, type in and look up a magnetic field. And when you look at a magnetic field, it looks shaped just like a spider. And the story in Ghana about Anansi is Anansi wanted to get close to get to heaven. And the Most High said to Anansi, well, when you capture the animals, then you can come to heaven. Then who you think the animals are? When scientists dissect the brain, right? Or biochemist students, they realize that different circuitry of the brain resemble particular animals. Like the limbic brain resembles a snake, right? And Joel Pukram said, well, which means that you can produce the same behavior as those animals, right? So when you read in Genesis that the Most High created animals on these days, it's also allegorical. It's referring to the animal spirit within you, the mammalian brain. You understand? So all you have to do, type in the limbic brain resembles a snake, and it will show you the amygdala, the hypothalamus, and it goes in a circle and it resembles a snake. So when you read in the Torah, it says the snake was more subtle than all the chayot, the animal spirit. The word there for snake is nakash. Now, anybody smoke the kush up in here?
Yeah.
Anybody know the kush? All right. The word nakash, the word nakash is coming from the word kush or kash, which means sensory perception. So it means which is governed by the limbic brain. So the serpent is the garden, is your limbic brain, that which governs sensory perception.
Facts. Get on.
Nice.
Get on.
That is good.
I wanted to pull that up on my screen. I wanted to pull up the limbic brain on my screen from WhatsApp because y'all got to see this.
I have a question.
You want me to send the poster that was made that got the limbic brain?
Yes, please do. Send it on in. Send it on in so everyone can see. This ain't mythology. I'm telling you, there's somebody who said this ain't mythology. Or no, this is not Western idea of mythology. Hold on, post it up, please. Let everybody see it.
I'm sending it to you in your WhatsApp.
Okay.
It's there now. It's in your WhatsApp.
All right, just a moment.
Did you say you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I had a question.
1 second. Let me just find this real quick, my sister. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Not yet.
It's in your. It's
okay,
there.
Yeah, it's lower. All right, look at that. Can y'all see that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
You gotta put it in front of the document.
Oh, Lordy.
Let me see. Do you want me to show it on my screen and put it?
Yeah,
up
show
there?
it on your screen. Show it on your screen. That would be good.
To see. I don't know. Can the people see it?
Yeah, go a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
And then up. Up a little bit more. Okay, yeah, so.
Look at that.
You see that?
Yep.
You can see it good?
We can see it pretty well. I think everyone has seen the...
That's the limbic brain. What you will see there is the hypothalamus, the prefrontal lobe, the olfactory, the amygdala, which deal with emotional intelligence, govern the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind only records information. And the amygdala deal with flight or fight response. So if somebody curse you out and you just instinctively slap that person, all that behavior is coming from your amygdala. And that is the part of the brain that you have to rewrite. You can't allow your trauma, your PTSD that you record there to determine how you respond to a situation. You can't allow the language that, and the amygdala, the limbic brain also deal with what? Language and learning, the intellect. But if your definitions and your definitions, your words, your idea are based upon distorted Eurocentric language and definition. That is what then in turn develop your limbic brain. And that is what hold you in captivity. That's what impede you from deciphering your cosmology. So this is the serpent in the garden that Kawa, Eve, the subconscious mind, was having a conversation. It wasn't a woman per se. A man have a Kawa, a man have a subconscious mind too. That records, knows everything about you. And that is who Kawa, a faculty within Adam, the subconscious, was having a conversation with, right? The limbic brain. So I brought that up to say, that is our ancestors use these kind of metaphor and similitude to explain something deeper, which means they knew what was in the brain.
So you saying, but before I ask that question, the sister had a quick question she wanted to ask you.
Yes.
The host of the show. Sister, go ahead, ask the question to the doctor.
I wanted to know the place where Jacob wrestled the angle called pineal, like the pineal gland. Explain more on that.
That's real.
All right.
Easy.
I don't want to stop the flow. But I'm gonna drop it in because again, it's a beautiful question. You know why? What this shows is that look at the Dogon. The Dogon, you melanin people, correct? And the Dogon was able to give you an accurate description of the Sirius star system without having a telescope. And the Western minds, they can't understand that. Why? Because they don't have the eumelanin to do what? Astral travel, to be omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, to be Shum, to be Shem, to be everywhere. The Dogon possess that. So we don't need CERN to tap into the cosmic mother, Bina, Sekir, Iyame, Ajay, to tap into the subatomic realm. We don't need that. We have eumelanin, but sister, here it goes. We have a pineal, which is, according to Joel Pukram, is the core regulator of the amount of light you can what? Resonate with. So when Jacob wrestled with the angel, let me show y'all something. I am a practitioner in Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic, and African medicine. These systems aren't just about herbs, they're about cosmology, right? Now, it says that Jacob lay his head on a stone and then went into a sleep, went into a trance. And then he spoke to Yahweh Elohim, Abraham, Yitzchak, Jacob. What do you think that's talking about? He spoke to the DNA helix of his ancestors. He went into a trance. Now, the word for the stone is the Hebrew word aben. In Jamaica, amongst the descendants of the Ashanti people, they have something known as abeng, which is a ram's horn. That horn is made up of silica. Silica is what makes calcium. What makes up your pineal gland is calcium. What does calcium do? It's calcium and silica that allow you to interface with your Android, your computer, because it refracts light. Right? So the Maroons blow the abeng, they display certain type of frequency on it to awaken the ancestral realm, to awaken your own genetic memory, as well as the forces to aid them in battle. And the word and the stone symbolically that Jacob laid his head on is abeng. But the point, the area in the back of the neck in Chinese medicine is called what? The capital of the spirit, the jade pillow. And what do you do with that area? It is governing vessel 20. All you need to do, type in governing vessel 20, the occipital lobe. The occipital lobe, the bigger your back of your neck, the occipital lobe, more likely you have the ability to engage in psychic perception. That part of the neck deal with language and spirit communication. It allows you to tap into your subconscious mind. It is the back gate of the pineal of the third eye, the sixth chakra. So that is what that's the metaphor relative to Jacob wrestling with the angel on Mount Pinuel or Pinuel. It's talking about the pineal. He was having psychic perception. He was tapping into his genome. And when you read, when he went into the trance, he learned what would become of his descendants. They would be brought into captivity. They would be dispersed to the east, west, north, south. And then at a future time, they will come back. Their consciousness would be restored. We are those people.
And was he wrestling with his higher self?
That's right. He was wrestling with, we all do that every day.
Wow.
He saw the future. He saw the things he need to overcome. He saw what was going to happen to his progeny, his seed. You understand? And Jacob is not the only one in Africa who saw that. When you go into Congo, Mighty Hebrew will tell you that. They have recorded information of Congolese prophet prophesizing about the transatlantic slave trade. Assar split into 14 pieces is also talking about us because we, the mother and fathers of civilization, went against the cosmic order the minute we start to put flesh in our mouth. Once you kill an animal, then you no longer have a reverence for life. Once you mess with one piece of the ecology, then the Adamic image, the Assarian image is distorted. So I am saying that to say, I just explained some of these metaphors within African cosmology to explain the next point that I'm going into. So Anansi, I was mentioned to you about Anansi. I grew up being acquainted with the Anansi story. And I told you, when you look up the spider, it actually represents a magnetic, it actually resembles a magnetic field. So Anansi's story is really talking about electromagnetism. I can't go into all of it right now, but it actually represents electromagnetism. Now, here's the next thing. In Ghana, Anansi wanted to get closer to the Most High. So the Most High said, capture the animals, right? So I just showed you the limbic brain is the animal brain. So Anansi had to what? Wrestle with his own self, subdue his own animal. When the animal brain rule over your higher self, it impedes your spiritual growth. It impedes your psychic perception. It impedes your ability to express your omniscience, your omnipotency. You impede your ability to be Adam or Assar. So I'm gonna now go into Ezekiel chapter 28, where you're gonna see the use of metaphors to explain something greater. So we in Ezekiel 28, and it says, so Ezekiel is called Ben Adam. The word of the Most High came to me, Ben Adam. And it says, say to the leader of, okay, so Ben Adam actually means like, it also, the Kemetic equivalent would be Heru. Because the word Ben, the letter Beit mean house. The letter Nun actually resembles a germinating seed or a sperm. So it means continuity of the house. So the continuity of the Adamic consciousness, God as man, a man who has perfected his godship. That's what Ezekiel means. That's what Ben Adam, but the European translated as son of man. What the hell is that? See, it's distorted. So Ezekiel is called Ben Adam, Heru, technically. So he says, say to the king of Tyre, this is what the sovereign say. In pride of your heart, you say, I am God. I sit in the throne of God, of a God, in the heart of the seas. But the Most High said, but you are Adam, not Elohim. Though you think you are wise as Yahweh. You see that? What happened here is that the Adamic, this is the king of Tyre is a metaphor. The Adam, it is referring to Adam, or man and woman, or a social system that have what you call, what's the word? Man and or a social system that has break the ecological order or deviated from being a what you call a student teacher, because Elohim also mean forces that are in a student teacher with the Most High. So even though they translate Elohim as God, it really means forces that are in a student teacher relationship with the Creator. That's what makes you a God. You are always submissive to the subjective realm, to the holographic universe, the subjective realm that is beaming the consciousness to us. So it is saying here, you are Adam. You are supposed to receive information from Elohim, from Yahweh Elohim. You are supposed to be a student teacher, but you have become arrogant, right? You said you are wiser than Daniel. It's no secret hidden from you, right? And that is what caused the Adamic fall. We stopped being student teacher. We stopped receiving information from the subjective realm. What is it that impedes us from receiving information from the subjective realm? Anytime our intentions are no longer pure, anytime we put flesh in our biochemistry, you're harming the creation and you're saturating your body with oxidative stress inducers that damage the brain centers, the pineal, the pituitary, the hypothalamus, and the thalamus. That impede your ability to tap into your higher self. That impede your ability to subdue your animalistic desire. That is the reason why anytime we put alcohol in our biochemistry, because you melanin people, we don't work well with those things. We are electrical. European recycle sulfuric acid, which is alcohol, which is also sulfathiol, which is alcohol, sulfuric acid, the metabolic waste from meat, right? From gluten, from wheat, the 1950 wheat that everybody's eating, it's modified. All of those things produce sulfuric acid and ammonia. And the European biochemistry recycles that to produce, and that in turn oxidizes the melanin stimulating hormone and prevent them from producing eumelanin, right? So those things cause them to exhibit distorted behavior. So what do you think will happen to eumelanin people when we do that? We are then going to exhaust our what? Selenium, which is what prevents sulfur, thiol, alcohol, ammonia from causing oxidative damage to our brain centers. That is why Dr. Sadie said the first organ that suffers when Black people eat meat or acidic food is what? The neurological system, the nervous system. And all you have to do, go to Genesis, anybody here, go to Genesis 15, verse 13. And in 15, verse 13, it talks about Abraham having a futuristic vision of the transatlantic slave trade, right? Of what will happen to his seed. And in that dream, it mentioned that there was a smoking furnace, metaphors again, right? There was a smoking furnace. And when you look up the word for smoke, for smoke is ashan, which means to crucify. And the word there for the furnace is tanor. Well, tanur come from the word nor, which means light. And the word in English, neurons, your nervous system, comes from the word nor. So what was Abraham seeing? The neurological system was going up in flame, which correlates with what Dr. said. He says the neurological system is the first organ system or glandular system that suffers when we eat acid food. It damages our brain, and that set in motion the degeneracy of the Assarian or the Adamic civilization. We no longer produce the requisite hormones to regulate, to allow us to feel and empathize with each other. So we became tribal and violent, as you see in Africa today, as you see in the comment group. We're not downing our people, we're trying to lift up everybody, right? We lost our hormones, then go out of whack. That's why I say we must create harmonious coexistence. So that is what led to the fall, the abuse of power. Sister Myra Moss says, the only sin is the abuse of power. All right. So if you read the rest of Ezekiel 28, you will see that's what Ezekiel is talking about. He said, Adam abused the power. That is why Dr. Sirius B said the ancient commission genetically modified and created the cat. But now the cat is wreaking havoc on us because the cat have within its gut toxoplasma that hijack the limbic brain and inhibit your ability to discern and detect danger. That's why we can't free that's one of the reasons why we can't free ourselves from this parasitic Euro-Gentile world system. Because he infected us, he inundated us with the parasites that he had in Europe, that is embedded in his biochemistry. And that is the reason why he create vaccines to upregulate your protein spike and your white blood cells, which Black people have low levels of naturally, because we are not a sulfur and ammonia body. Sulfur and ammonia is what feeds white blood cell, is what cause anaerobic condition, cell mutation that cause good cell to turn bad cell, is what create the environment for pathogenic invasion and pathogenic overgrowth. We are not that type of people. Our immune system is based upon our blood platelets, which store 90% of the serotonin we produce. The serotonin act as a scanning mechanism to detect damage and viral infection. And the blood platelets can detect viral infection, pathogenic invasion, neutralize, isolate, and excrete that and expel it from your body. It is the immune system first responder. They didn't tell us that. You can look this up. The blood platelet, the immune system first responder. But our people don't know this about their biochemistry. So we then go and accept the vaccine to upregulate our white blood cell. We're not a white blood cell people. That's based upon European biochemistry. White blood cell in high numbers cause autoimmune condition. That's why Black people who are mixed with Europeans, they end up having thyroid, Hashimoto, prostate issue, fibroids. All these are autoimmune. It's the yeast and the fungus and the bacteria, the high protein spike that we inherit from European that is wreaking havoc on our biochemistry. So our downfall, the Africans who engage of the Adamic and the Assarian civilization who engage in gene splicing, genetic modification, is what set the stage for our downfall, is what caused us to be in this predicament. Europeans aren't the problem.
Great doctor. Great doctor. To stay on point. Bridgegate, he or she says, cell polyplasma disproves germ theory. So basically trying to say, or she trying to say, what you saying about the germ theory isn't true. What do you say about that?
Cell or what? What did he say?
Cell protoplasma or polyplasma. Cell polymorphism. That's what you said. Cell polymorphism disproves germ theory.
Now, you see, if he was listening to me, he would have heard what I said. Good cell, gone bad. Dr. Sebi said it. He ain't saying nothing that I don't know. Dr. Sebi even said it. He said, if you're in the hospital, and people develop bed sore. He said, why you develop the bed sore? You develop bed sore because there's no oxygen, there's no electricity get into the cell. Because the skin can't breathe and oxygen flow via blood cannot get to that area of the tissue. So what happened? Your own cell mutates and begin to eat away at you. You create an anaerobic condition.
Damn.
And that is what sulfur and ammonia creates in the body.
Facts.
So when an acidity is what creates all disease, because acidity creates anaerobic condition, which stop the flow, which prevent transmutation, stop the three form of chemical bonding, covalent, digestion, ionic, regeneration, hydrogen bond, detoxification. Minister Enki teaching, big up Enki, but that's a scientific fact. So he ain't saying nothing that I'm not aware of. Just listen to what I'm saying contextually and stop trying to be combative with each other, man. Just listen. So staying on course. So that is what caused the fall of the Adamic civilization. All this gene splicing, we created the Chinese. And the Adamic civilization is not 6,000 years ago. The Bible is not talking about 6,000 years ago. You can pick, if you pick up Joshua 10, Joshua mentioned the book of Yasher. And when you go into the book of Joshua, you will read about gene splicing, genetic modification. Who you think was doing this? Us. We create the Chinese, we create the European. In other words, we create our own beating stick and we pay the price. They know this. They know this. So that's why they have no mercy on us. You come to Jamaica right now, every major city, all the stores are dominated by the Chinese. And our own leaders are aiding and abating them and exploiting us. The pheomelanin beings, they only deal with us from a parasitic, consumeristic point of view.
Damn.
So we are the original. We are the people who's supposed to maintain the divine order.
I gotta stop you for a second. I ain't being biased, but he bodied this whole presentation. And I'm not even, I'm not saying it because you are Israelite. I'm saying based upon the facts that I know about science and how you broke down that we are talking about first a spiritual and then a physical biological deficiency that causes our enemies to think and deal with us a certain way. Like, we got to stop playing like this stuff is not true. Like, this man he's a doctor. This man is not making these things up. You know what I mean? And then he's in turn giving props to Drew Puka, Minister Inky, those that are confirming. He's not just on his own speaking. Dr. C, he's showing that other people is confirming what he's saying. And he's using the Hebrew text, showing that the Hebrews already wrote about this stuff thousands and upon thousands of years before it was even written, and that before it was even known as we know today. And also, he broke down the Bible isn't talking about 6,000 years. He's correct. That 6,000 year chronology goes back to Usher's Bible chronology that came in the 16th century ACE in Ireland. When you look at the word Yom in Hebrew, it has three Hebrew words, the Yod, the Wav, and the Meme. The Yod is an outstretched arm. It's an outstretched arm. When you look at the wall, it's a nail that's hammered down. And then you have the Meme, which is waters. So when you say Yawam or Yom, you're saying that which contains continuous life cycles. So each day is really defining a root epic. It's not defining a literal day, even though we are multidimensional people and we can look at it as such as days, but the original intent of the Bereshit Code was not talking about literal days. It was talking about cycles and seasons. So in that retrospect, we're talking millions and millions and even billions of years old. This is why we can take the better sheet code with the Yuga cycles and we can align it up to 311 trillion, 40 billion years. We can do this because we understand the archaic records and the symbolisms of the antediluvian nations and what was passed down to us from our ancestors, first by the way of the Ramorhos, stretching to post-diluvian to the sons of Noah till you get the Shem to us today. So we have an unchained of unbroken records only understood by the way of the archaic records. So we got to stop acting like this stuff is not true because it's a Hebrew saying it. That's the real issue, Rofeh, Dr. Tsedek. It's not that you're not speaking the truth. It's that because you are Hebrew and you coming from a Hebrew paradigm that they've been shunning for so many years because of their misunderstanding and misinterpretation of the scripture. Now a real Hebrew master comes, you don't want to accept it, not because what he's saying, it's because of the paradigm that he's coming from out of, you can't accept. And that is a biased view, period. Continue on, great doctor.
That's right. So when you skip down, so I just went over the Ezekiel 28 chapter verses 1 to 3. But I'm going to skip down and look at some of the qualities that Ezekiel used to describe Assar or Adam. So you see here, it says, the word of Mosai came to Ben Adam, or son of man, Ezekiel, and said, take up a lamentation concerning the king of Tyre. Again, we saw in the first verse of Ezekiel 28, Tyre, the king of Tyre, referred to as Adam. So we know it's metaphorical. This is the Adamic civilization, the African, you melanin people that it is talking about. It says, this is what the sovereigns say. You were perfect. You were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden. Where is Eden? In Genesis 2, it says that 4 rivers went out of Eden, and the first river is Pishon, the White Nile. Where is the White Nile, mighty Hebrew? Did he left?
Now, the White Nile, yeah, I mean, the White Nile drops in Lake Victoria, which is Uganda, East Africa.
Where do you live? How far are you from there, from the White Nile?
Man, I live right here where the White Nile is at. I live in Tanzania, East Africa.
All right.
So
let me show you something.
The White Nile flows right through here.
All right, I'm going to show you something. A very powerful Hebraic metaphor or similitude. Watch this.
Oh, shucks.
Give
it to us, Doc.
It's about to go down.
See, this is what we need, because my whole thing is showing that all Hebrews don't think the same. Because most in the audience, with this, what they want us to do, yeah, you know, Esau, the white man, and they used to seeing us on the street corners. And they never knew that you had African Hebrew Israelites or Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals that already repatriated decades ago, and we build in our own communities all throughout Africa. They don't know nothing about this. They don't know that we have our own school of thought, and now you presenting it. Go ahead, my Lord. We listening. I'm enjoying this.
Ben, you're muted. You got your mute on.
You're muted.
Okay.
You're muted.
There you go.
Can you see? Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
We still see the document.
Okay.
All right. Oh,
we still see the document.
All right. I got to switch this.
You can either.
Let me start.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna start it over. Okay.
Yeah, you probably have to do that so it can
all
switch over. Give a shout out to AD, Killah Priest Podcast.
Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
All right. Now, we're going to focus on this verse right here. Right? Now, it says, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it parted and become 4 rivers. Now, if we read that in English, it don't make no sense. But when you go into African thought, African language, you realize it's scripted. It's a code. Here is it. It's a code. The first word there, it says wa ve na'ar, right? And they said it means stream. But hold on. The root of na'ar, the root word, remember, mother, father, you got to go to the root. The root of nahar is the word ar. And from that word ar means mountain.
That's right. In Hebrew, that's correct. That's
mighty Hebrew lives in that region. The White Nile is fed from waters coming from where?
Mount Meru.
Kilimanjaro. So,
Facts.
So Na'ar is also talking about the Nun, the letter N in Na'ar represents the life force. The Nun is a pictograph. You see, our ancestors used letters that resemble things in nature to convey reality to us. So you don't need a dictionary. In other words, nobody can deceive you. If you look at the N and it looks like a sperm, it looked like a seed, it looked like germination, it looked like continuity, that activates your 5 senses. You don't need a dictionary for that. Common sense. And even James Small says this about the Medunetta, the new.
Gang, and by the way, so y'all know, Dr. Bain Zedek also speaks Hebrew and reads it fluently. So, did he drop off, sister?
Is he still there? I think he dropped off. AD.
He's back.
Yes.
Oh,
can you still see my screen?
No, you have to share again.
You gotta share again.
Okay, we there again. Can you see the screen now?
Yeah, it's loading up now.
Okay, can you see the screen?
There,
all right.
There
So the letter N in Na'ar is also referring to a stream of consciousness within that region of Eden. That region is where Congo sits, in that region where the water from the Blue Nile flows. What sits there? Uganda. What sits there? Kenya. That region, Ethiopia, is telling you this. There's a stream of consciousness. This is where civilization starts. Bina Congo, that region, there is a stream of consciousness and cosmology that is there. This is what Dr. Bunseki Fukao writes about Congolese cosmology, which correlates with what's in the Torah. So this is what this word Na'ar is referring to metaphorically on a higher level, because there's levels of hidden secrets in these writings. We're high being. This ain't baby script. Hieroglyphs ain't for children. Okay, the next word now is Yasa. Right? Yasa, the root of Yasa is Sa, and it means migration, but it also means a landmark, a template. So it's saying these mountains, these regions possess a template, the template of creation, are landmarks from which civilization flows.
You see, I'm breaking this down, and it's not in the English. You got to go into the Hebrew and the root words to get what he's saying. Continue on.
The next word is Ma'edin, right? The root of the word Edin is the word da. From the word da means knowledge. From the word da, you get yeda, to know. From the word da, you get yeda also means sex, which means sex is the exchange of information. You're not just having sex, it's the exchange of information from that word da. So when you look at the word ma'edin, even though the M is a prefix, which means from, when you put the M with ma'edin, you also get the word madan, which means scientist in Hebrew.
Is da?
Y'all get that?
Is da where we get the word data, like data, information?
Yes. Oh my God, you smart. You smart. You smart. You smart. You smart. Listen. 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 I can send you a document with all the root word that comes from the da. I just can't pull it up. Even in Hebrew, so you get the word so mada. From this word, you get the word media. To inform. You get the word Lydia, which means to make decision, leader. Remember, I told you the same light codes that was given to us was given to European, but they distorted. So what is a leader for them? A misleader. But within the Hebraic mindset is one who makes decision based upon what's right. So from the word da, you get media, Lydia, leader. You get the word mada, which means, or madan, which means scientists. You understand? So what is it saying about Eden? There's a stream of consciousness, the template of creation, flowing from this land, this region. Eden is saying this is the land of science.
Damn!
Yes.
He destroyed this joint. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna touch on, so it says, so the next word there is shaka, which means to irrigate, to flow. So we know these rivers, so it says this river flow, and then the next word there is et. Remember I told you et also means to cultivate. So it's not just a definitive article. It's not just streams flowing from Eden, shaka et. It's really saying the streams flowing from the land of science, a flowing stream of consciousness that is cultivating agan, the garden. What is the gan? The mind. That is why in Hebrew, the word for a shield, a protector, a warrior, a king is magana. That's how you get the word Ghana. That is why in Tanzania, the word for a warrior priest, healer, one who can control the frequency of creation, the sonic keys, manganga. It is a cognate to the word magan and nagan in Hebrew. In Congo, the warrior priest healer, the one who knows the sonic keys of creation, is called Nganga. In Ewe, in West Africa, is Ogan. You still have the same root, Gan. It is from the same root, Gan, you get Ogun. Ogun is the master herbologist, the master discerner, decipherer. This is how it's from the same word, Agan. You get those words. So when you read in 2 Kings 3 verse 15, is either second or first, you read Israel went to war, Yasha went to war, and Elijah, who is really Baba Olu, the personification of what the Yoruba call Baba Olu Aye. And Elisha rule over disease and sickness. Same thing in the Yoruba cosmology. If you read the stories about Elijah healing sickness, healing diseases, and causing curses on people. He had this power. It says Israel went to war and Elijah manipulate certain frequencies using what is called a nagan, which correlates to the Congo word enganga, and cause Israel certain elemental changes to occur and cause Israel to win the battle. That's African science. That's frequency warfare without using CERN or a nuclear bomb. We can talk to the atom. We can talk to the animal and tell them to do things on our behalf. You understand? So the next word here, I'm going to skip down to verse 11. It says, the name of the first river is the Pishon, which encompasses the whole land of Kavila. Kavila is the son of Cush. Now, where is Cush? Sudan, portions of Kenya, Uganda. So I'm just saying that this is talking about Africa, the very first river. The book is bigging up Mother Africa, the motherland. The next river is the Gihon, the Blue Nile that flow from Lake Tana in Ethiopia, that encompass the whole land of Cush. All this is Africa, and it is Cush that birthed the Kemetic civilization. Essentially, the rivers that flow out of Eden is actually talking about, actually correlates with the Sirius star system, the Orion belt, the Earth magnetic grid. Mighty Hebrew, what did you say about Venus?
When I was talking about that the Earth is connected to what is known as the Venus chain. When one understands planetary schemes, rounds, they understand that our Earth plane comes from the Venus chain, not necessarily Venus, the planet, but there's like a root chain that's known within occult science as Venus chain. And you was also breaking down Venus in our conversation. I know I wrote it in one of my presentations, but I know you also was saying something about Venus, but I can't fully remember the conversation.
All right, don't worry about it. I just wanted you to mention because Venus
is connected to the Earth plane. Yes, that's a fact.
Venus is tied to Taurus. The constellation is ruled by Taurus, and
that's a
within the Taurus constellation, the Orion belt, Sirius star system, they're in close proximity.
Facts.
And the blue and the white Nile, all of that area is actually a earthly reflection of that constellation. That's the point that I'm trying to make there. Okay,
that's a fact. The constellation that you're talking about, Pisan and the Gion, looked at the Sirius as the constellation for that section of the 4 riverheads. And then when you get to the Tigris and Euphrates, their star constellation that they looked at was Nibiru, or the planet of the cross. But continue on.
So that is why Dr. Sirius B, he said on his podcast, he said the Sirius star system is what feed the sun information, and the sun catapults that to us. And that's what the blue and the white Nile is aligned with. That's what the Dogon was talking about. That's where we come from. This is what the Torah is saying. You are the parent. You are the source. This is an African text. So I'm going now back to Ezekiel 28. So
I just want to remind the listener audience, notice how he went into the Hebrew and showed you this. Notice when the Hebrew is broken down, it is totally different from what the English is conveying. And he just demonstrated live in front of everyone from the English and went into the Hebrew and showed in the Hebrew words that are being purposely mistranslated. But continue on.
And it's interesting because the Sirius star constellation is tied to Sagittarius. It's tied to Assar. And Israel is Assar, the Assarian civilization. Another thing I want to point out to everyone, Abraham, according to the book of Jubilee that was preserved in Ethiopia, the Ethiopic book of Jubilee, it says, Nimrod, daughter, married to Eber, and 5 generations later, Abraham came. Who was Nimrod? Nama. Who was Nimrod's father? Cush. Who was Cush's father? Cam. So the paternal side of what is called the children of Israel is who? Cam, Cush, Kemet. So when you say Israel, you're dealing with a Kemetic, Shemitic, Eumelanin African people. It's the same cosmology. So that's why Israel was called Yassar, the upright ones. Right? So I'm going to continue in Ezekiel 28. We're going into closing nonetheless. And can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you perfectly.
So I left off at I'm at verse 13 where it says, you were in Eden. So I showed you where Eden is. I showed you this is talking about Africa. The garden of what? What does it say there, mighty Hebrew? The garden of God. The gods, right? So it also goes on to say, every precious stone adore you. And when you count these stones, there are 10. Anybody's familiar with the tree of life know that you have 10 spears on the tree of life, 10 emanations that gives you that allow you to understand how creation comes into existence. It also goes on to say, going down to verse 14, you were an anointed guardian cherub, for so I ordain you. You were in the holy mountains of God. You walk in the midst of fiery stone. You were blameless in your ways from the days you were created, till wickedness was found in you. You begin to abuse your power. Anybody in this group need to go back and listen to Black Magic presentation that he did with Sister Mira Moss, where she talks about us abusing our power, and it led to the downfall of the Assarian civilization. Us. So you understand, this is the same thing. Ezekiel is referring to the same exact thing. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go into closing and then come to question and answer, but I wanted to share a final piece here because we have to do a part 2 in this. Now, in the part 2 section, we're gonna talk about the Adamic civilization and the Kali cycle. Yes, the term Kali, the age of destruction, is mentioned also in the Torah, in the Tanakh, in the Bible. The same exact word is used, right? But in closing, I wanted to share something about the term.
You're talking about the Kali Yuga cycle, correct?
That's right. That's right. The age of destruction, right?
Absolutely.
That we are in the final stage of that, right? Now, Adam has a numerical value. The term Adam, which is the whole ecology, has a value of 9 in Hebrew, numerical value. 9 correspond to the letter Tsedek. Tsedek means justice in Hebrew. You know what's funny? Abba Shalir, the master teacher from the school of the prophets in Israel, in Dimona, Israel, He labeled, or he named the constellation of Sagittarius, Rachamim Sadekim, the righteous. Merciful, the womb of the righteous. Rachamim, Rachem, the womb, mercy, compassion, and kind. Now, the word Sagittarius is coming from the word Tsedek. So that is why Dr. Sirius B state that the Sirius constellation, which is tied to Sagi, is what produced the consciousness that is being propelled to the earth by the sun. Assar is also Sagittarius, the righteous. We are supposed to be the righteous ecology. That's why the numerical value for Adam is the 9, which is Tsedek. And when you multiply 9 times any number, it's 9. It's the highest number. 10 simply means now you have a picture, the 0 means a complete picture of reality. That's all the 10 means, right? So Tsedek also means that which hunts. Tsedek means the hunter. Sad means to hunt. To hunt for what? The last letter in the word Tsedek is the letter Kuf, which resembles a sun, which shapes like a sun. It is the light that is beamed from the sun to upgrade your consciousness. So Tsedek means to hunt, to trap, and embody the template of creation. Now, what in the body corresponds to Tsedek? This aspect of Adam, it's the blood platelets. The blood platelets function as a template to attract pluripotent building material, as in what? Stem cells. To initiate creation according to the divine law encoded in the stem cell and in the blood platelets. Are you aware that there is a surgery that you can do? It's not even a surgery. If you ball in one area of your head, you can take blood platelets from another area in your arm, inject it into that area of the head. The blood platelet is then going to take on the codings of what is to be created in this area of your head, and then attract stem cell, red blood cell, which are pluripotent raw material. And then the blood platelet is going to cause that stem cell to convert that material to grow back your hair naturally. So this is what Tsedek represents, the blood platelets. It traps the light, or it hunts the raw material to create life, to provide immunity, right? So the blood platelets, the blood platelets function as a template to attract pluripotent building material, as in sunlight, stem cells, black blood cell, red blood cell, to initiate creation according to divine law encoded in the blood platelets. The law, or as in the Torah, the word Torah also have a numerical value of 611, which is 8. And the word 8 and 8 and the word blood have a numerical value. The word blood, which is dam in Adam, has a numerical value of 44. 44 is 8. Mother and father in Hebrew, Abba and Ima, have a value of 41 plus 3, 44 equal 8. So what is the message? What is the message? Because we know that Adam means 9, but dam in Adam, which is blood, have a numerical value of 44, which is 8, which is the same numerical value as mother and father. So what is it saying? Adam is the cosmic father. and the cosmic mother, Chakma and Bina. The cosmic mother in Kemet is called Secher, and the cosmic father is called Tehuti. In Hebrew, is Chakma and Bina. Chakma brings the law, the initiate masculine force, and Bina is the scientist that dissect what is to be, what is willed by the Chakma, the law, the wisdom faculty, and creates all that we see as earth, as life, as flora and fauna, right? So Chakma has a value of 10, which represent the will or the initiated masculine. And Bina have a value of 13, depends on how you break down the letter, or it can work out to be 22. 3 plus 1 is 4, 2 plus 2 is 4. 22, 13 represents manifestation. Mother, money, make. That's why all the 13 letter in Hebrew is a M, is the mim. That's why mother start with mother. Make, manifest, move. 22 means master builder. How many letters are there in the Hebrew alphabet, Mighty Hebrew? 22. How many amino acids you have in your body?
22.
22.
It's 22 in the Hebrew language.
Which means Bina represent the manifestation or the manifester, the cosmic scientist. Now, in closing, to go into the next phase, the fall of the Adamic civilization. In the book of Proverbs, Solomon referred to wisdom as a principal thing. I believe it's Proverbs 6 or so, or 4. And then he said, but in all you're getting, get Bina. But he referred to Bina as a her. When you go and listen to Sister Mira Moss podcast on Black Magic, check it out, recently, she made mention of the cosmic mother. And this is what Solomon was talking about. The Yoruba referred to her as Iyame Aje, right? And she said that the cosmic mother have a destructive polarity or an aspect that punishes those who violates divine law. So the cosmic mother is who put a whipping on the behalf of the cosmic father, on the behalf of the Most High, on the African world, because we abuse our power. That's what Sister Mira Moss been talking about. We abuse she said the only sin is abuse of power. And when you read Ezekiel 28, that's what it talks about. We abuse our power as the only race of people that can absorb the full light spectrum. To whom much is given, much is required. We started modifying, corrupting our biochemistry and violating the laws of creation, right? So in India, the cosmic mother is called Kali also, right? So when you go to Ezekiel 28, verse 13 or verse 12, it says, you were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. The word there for perfect is Khalil, which represent the positive polarity of Kali, Bina, the cosmic mother. Khalil simply means you are working within the bounds of divine laws. And the word there for beauty is Yefeh in Hebrew. Yefeh is also the word for beauty in Ghana. Yefeh is actually talking about Venus, the Venus constant, going right back to the Venus constellation, right? Now, we know that all the constellations or the planetary bodies, they are built within us. And the planetary bodies are governed by malachims, angelic forces. All these forces are also built within you because you were made in their image. You are the Selim, you are their spirit double. In Ghana, when you are coming into existence, you receive an akra. And that it means a mandate, your soul, a craft. That's how you get the word chromosome, light body. In Ghana, they call it Nkra Sun Sun. That's how you get the word chromosome, a light body. So when you coming into incarnating, you receive an angel, Obosum, is assigned to you. That is why you see Jacob had an angel guiding him. That's African science. That's what is taught. That's what those angels are forces are called Orisha, which simply mean selected consciousness. David says in Psalms, the Lord is my shepherd. In Hebrew, it reads Yahweh Ro'i. That Ro'i is a cognate of Yoruba, Ori. Yahweh is my Ori. Yahweh Elohim, the Orisha, the selected consciousness, right? So the word beauty here refer to, the word perfect here refer to Khalil, which represent Bina, which represent Capricorn, which represent the cosmic mother, which represent discipline, which represent divine order. So in Kemet, they said, whenever the cosmic mother, whenever you go out of line, the cosmic mother becomes Shekmet. In Yoruba, Iyameaje. And the Iyameaje has a polarity that protects those who are doing right, but also create mischief in the lives of those that are violating the law. So the word perfect here in Hebrew is Khalil, which means you're working within the bounds of divine law. You're not violating the creation. Now, when you go to Job 9, verse 22, let me show you this in closing. I'm closing out now, everyone. So let me go to
again, we have live and direct with us. We have Rofeh, Dr. Tsedek Ben Yahuda, master teacher from out of School of Prophets Institute, Damona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, understudy of the late Prince Dr. Shaliat Ben Yahuda, the late Dr. Sabi, along with the late Ben Ami Ben Yisrael, along with living legend Prince Asiel Ben Yisrael. Continue on, great doctor.
Okay, I'm going to show you the word Khalil, which relates to Kali, the age of destruction, but it's the positive polarity, right? I'm going to show you right here in Ezekiel 28. So let me find it.
So you said you're in Ezekiel chapter 28?
Yeah, Ezekiel chapter 28.
You looking in the you looking in the Hebrew grammar of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Hold on.
Yo, your turtle rap dope, by the way. If I would have known you was throwing on, you know, that I would have wrapped up. I would have wrapped the turban. Okay. I didn't know. That joint dope though right there. Real nice. You got a nice hand there. You looking like Enivar Adoni. It looked like you come out of the old Bene Zaquain schools out in Chicago.
Very nice.
You know, them Israelites out of that school, they ain't play no games. They say they are the ones that created the turban rap. back in you had like the pullover turtles like Nubu Ali, but that actual turtle rap, they say come out in Bene Zakwane.
I'm almost there, everyone. Just a moment. I'm going to show you the word Khalil. Just a moment.
It's fine. Take your time, great doctor. While you're doing that, I want to get the people to look at some of these books real fast. Just for readers in the audience, there's a good book that y'all can read called The Law of Civilization Enigma by Philip Coppens. It's a new inquiry into the existence of ancient cities, cultures, and peoples who predate recorded history. That's a good book to get, y'all. Y'all should check that out. But continue on.
Okay, so Ezekiel 28, verse 12. And Ezekiel 28, verse 12, you will see it says, Son of man, take a king of Zor, and say unto him, Adon, Yahweh, thou seal up the sum, thou full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty. The word there, what does that word say for perfect? Can you see it?
Khalil.
Khalil. So Khalil, when you look up your function according to divine law. You're in harmony with the cosmos. That's the positive polarity of the black womb that brings everything into creation, the black hole. Now, when you go to Job, we're going to go to Job 9, and you're going to see the negative polarity. We're going to go to the Job 9, verse 22.
So thus far, the positive polarity is Khalil. And now you're about to show the negative polarity.
Which is Khalil.
Which is Khalil.
Khalil, the A, the...
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yes. Yes. Why he's coming, another good book to read is Lemuria, A Civilization Time Forgotten by Una Marketing.
So now we go to Job 9, verse 22.
You there, doctor? I'm just showing certain books. It sounds like you're going in and out. You're going in and out. Another book, good book to get by Glendy Madlock, India Once Ruled the Americas. Very good book. Go check that out. You know, I'm just, throwing things out there until he come back because he closing out. Also, another good book here is called Jesus and Moses Are Buried in India, Birthplace of Abraham and the Hebrews. That's a very good book. Like that, it goes in by M.A. Glendy Madlock. But one of my favorite, sister, is this joint. I know you'll go crazy with this. Unveiling Genesis, Mystery of the Root Races and Cycles by Philip Lindsay. And I'm telling you, sister, get this book right here. This one right here, well, oh man, it'll have you, it goes back into the ancient Polarian root epic, and then it trickles down into the Hyperborean, the Lemurian, the Atlantean, showing how Lemuria was really ancient to Monadu, Atlantis being Patala, starting roughly 5.5 million BCE by a group of Black people known as the Romohos that migrated from Madagascar to West Africa and the eye of the Sahara and pushed the Atlantean root epic to an area known as the City of the Golden Gate, which is known today as South America. Oh, it go in. This right here, this the bomber of bombs. Are you there, Baines? Doctor, did he come back in?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. Just a moment.
Okay. And AD.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we closing out. Did Priest send you that tracks?
Let's see. Let me check to see the WhatsApp real quick. Was it on WhatsApp?
Right. Yes. I told him to send you 2 of the tracks off the new album, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay, I did not get them on WhatsApp. I'm gonna check my email real quick. Okay, nothing in my email either.
I'm at the right and exact place, but it's not showing me Job 9.
Okay. If not, don't worry about it. Just explain it. And do you have a WhatsApp number?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll send it to you in the Zoom chat.
Yeah, do that real fast so I can do that right now. And then I'll send it to you right now. So we can close out and you can play a portion of my new album.
Got you. It's in the Zoom chat right now.
I see it. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I found it. Can y'all see my screen?
Not yet. You have to share again.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. So Job 9, verse 22, it says, "This one thing, therefore, I said it. He destroyeth the perfect and the wicked." The word, therefore, destroy it. Look at this word. Not popping up. Come on. Here it is. What does that word say?
Killah.
You can see that.
Which means to destroy. Mighty Hebrew, what does the word Kali means? The Kali age. What does it translate into from in Sanskrit? To
destroy, to bring down, to desolate.
So in closing, when you read Genesis 6, I'm going to show you something profound. In closing, to prepare you for our next encounter or
next
mind exchange or sharing of insight, because we all are playing a role in this awakening. It's our time. Learning the errors of our forebears. Well, we are the forebears. That's why we came back, because we messed up. All right. So in Genesis, the word Genesis, Barashit, with beginnings he create. That's what it means, with beginnings he create. Okay. In Genesis 6, we notice something interesting. Remember, Genesis is talking about a cycle. It's not talking about a day or 6,000 years. It's talking about a cycle. And we see the word, it says, and it came to pass when man, look at the word there for man. What does it say?
Adam. Or Adam.
Okay, the Adamic ecology. And it says began. What does that word say?
Killah.
Kalal. Okay, let's look up the definition of kalal. This particular word. This is another word, different root. But what does that definition say if you could see my screen?
Let's see. Define oneself.
To profane?
To profane oneself. Pollute oneself.
To pollute. To desecrate.
To defile.
To defile. What is it? That's what happened to the Adamic civilization, the Assarian civilization. We begin to defile and desecrate. Now, for additional information, Joshua 10 mentioned the book of Joshua. Everyone go online and download the book of Joshua. And it talks about, it gives you specific details how the sons of God, those who were the high priests, the scientists, the chemists, the rulers, engage in gene splicing, genetic modification, mind control, Isn't that what we are witnessing today in this AI age?
Yep.
Same exact thing. So Genesis, all this occur within the age of Kali, mighty Hebrew.
Cain, Adoni.
The age of destruction.
Cain.
So you see another word there that corresponds to Kali. This began means to degenerate. It says on the face of the earth, of Adama. But something interesting here, my family. The word here, face, is the same word. The word here, face, is in Hebrew is panim, but it's the same word that was used when Jacob wrestled with the angel. My sister, can you now decipher the metaphor?
I can't see it. Can you say
All
it?
right, let me blow it up. Can you see now?
It says
Pining.
Yes. So in the book of Genesis, when Jacob wrestled with the angel, it's the same. Or when he wrestled with the angel, and they named the mountain Pinuel. This is the same. This the root word, pani, or this word here. It's the plural form of it, panim. But it's the same word that was used there, pani. But in truth, this is coded also. Man began to desecrate or defile their what? Master gland, the pineal, the core regulator of the amount of light consciousness you can resonate with to produce right behavior. But they begin to desecrate their glandular system. So you're no longer producing the requisite amount of melatonin and serotonin, melanin stimulating hormones, testosterone. So you can produce that hormones that the pituitary gland produce hormones that determine your sexual preference. So you are desecrating the gland that regulates all other glands. So everything goes out of balance. But here is something significant. Man began to desecrate, it says multiply upon the face of Adama. Notice here, Adama, they translate it as soil, right? The Hebrew word, the true Hebrew word for soil is aretz. Now, aretz come from the root, from the word, or is connected to the word rots, which means to run. But rots is the root of the English word roots. So what does roots do? When you plant something in the soil, what does it do?
Grow.
It roots, it goes down and pull up what? Mineral. It goes through a process of anthropogenesis where it converts oxides into bioactive, bioavailable minerals to grow, right? So and that is the root of the Hebrew word aretz. So what does that say about the word aretz, right? It means then aretz, arts. The earth is where what is being from the Aleph, the creator, is then transmutated into arts, human beings, trees, water, birds, people, right? But let me ask you a question. What is the roots of the earth? What is the root of the earth?
What is the root?
The root, the root of the earth comes from the cosmos. All minerals initially came here in gaseous form. The constellations are what sends minerals to this planet. The constellation determine your seasons. And they determine your season, your months, your year. And they also determine, and every month is ruled by a mineral. Every season is ruled by a mineral.
It's also
12.
There's also 12 salts. Every sign.
12 cell salt.
Yeah.
12 cell salt. That's right. And they are connected to planets. They are connected to mineral. They are connected to Elohim or Malachim or angel or selected consciousness or bodies of knowledge, right?
Right.
So we notice here, the word that was used here is not aretz. It used the word Adama. Now this is going to open up your mind. The word Adama have what in the word Adam, right? If Adama also, if you change the M, and this exists in Hebrew, if you change the M and you put, there is a nicodot that changed the tone or the pronunciation. I forgot the specific name. When you change it to produce a E sound, you get Adome. And Adome means to make yourself or in the image of the Aleph, which represents Yahweh Elohim, the merciful creator that creates Elohim, which means adjudicator of divine law or biological living light that creates all things. So it says they begin to defile, desecrate their pineal and desecrate their Adama, not the earth, their Adama, which is their ability to exhibit what Adome, to be the image and likeness of God on earth. That's what happened. And then it says daughters were born of them. The word daughter in Hebrew can also mean what? Institutions, businesses, government, social systems. Isn't that what we witness in Pfizer, Moderna, KFC, Burger King, all the things that damage our neurological system? Hollywood. That is the history repeating itself. So for great further details, let's go down to verse 3. And it says, Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with Adam, for he's also, now we talking about the earthly, the people who have corrupt themselves, flesh, yet be 120, yet is like his life shall be 120 years, cut his life short. Okay, it says, now it's going to give you a bit more detail. There were giants in the earth. The word there is Nifal, right? And that word, they call the plural form of it is Nephilims. This ain't no giant humans. I mean, that's possible too. Depends on the eon we're talking about, mighty Hebrew, right? But the word Nephilim also means tyrant.
Yo. Enough.
Oh yeah,
Stop
this is it. This is just the final verse.
Right. Stop right there. Don't give one more to the next.
So the word Nephilim means bully, to be tyrannical. Nifal. That's how you get the English word fall. The letter P or in Hebrew can also be a F or a P. Nifal. Right. So that's how you get the word fall in English. People saying you're falling in love. How can you fall? You're becoming tyrannical, controlling. So is that
we're gonna save the rest, but you got some questions. It's getting a little late.
So you leave it right there.
You're gonna leave it right there. I'll leave that. Okay. You did a great job. The famous Rofeh Dr. Ben Tsedek.
Thank you.
Northeastern Africa.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. Appreciate your wealth of knowledge.
My sister. AD.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Peace and blessings.
I think there's a few questions and answers. I'm gonna pass it to AD. You know what I mean? So
you gotta go scroll.
Yeah, we got some
you got them?
super chats right here. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. Positive energy. Nyasha Champ says, Miyoshi, thank you for hosting and bringing forward your beautiful energy while KP away. We do appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Nyasha. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Peace and blessings to all you guys.
I seen you the other day. I was like, wow. Okay, go ahead, girl.
Yeah.
Question: how do I pull up the chat to see the message section? Oh.
I'll share it from my end over here.
Okay.
Give me a second. Okay, you should be able to see the chat room from over there.
Okay.
And now let me fix some things here. 1 second. Boom, boom, and boom, boom. Okay. All right, so let's see. The next one here is shout out to Danny Salinas.
Shout out to Danny Salinas.
And let's see. Shout out to Jamai for the $20. Jamai says we all speak a version of ancient Germanic. Okay, Jamai also says Indo-European / Afro-Asiatic language family trees. Ghostbusted says, greetings family, bless this Podcraft and all here. We need a Black Wall Street renaissance, but this time it's universal and about what's internal. All right, Jamai says Hugh man. He spells it H-U-E man. Hugh man. Jamai also says, can Mighty Hebrew confirm if there's a relationship between the Hebrew language and Ethiopian Ge'ez? The writings look similar.
Yo, you can take that real quick, great doctor. Is there a similarity
all right.
between the Ge'ez and the Hebrew?
That is a fact. You know, when you go back to the boundaries of the Garden of Eden, and you go into the Book of Jubilee, you can download the PDF online. It says that the land that was given to Shem, right? The boundary, the Nile function as the boundaries. So the Gihon, the Blue Nile that runs through, that starts in Ethiopia, and the Pishon is one of the boundaries for the land of Shem, which means that Ethiopia, certain portion of Kenya and Tanzania, going back up, and Eritrea, Kemet, constitute portion of the land that was given to Shem. So Ethiopia is the land, in fact, most of it is the land of Shem, right? And when you correlate what is called the Hebrew language and the Ge'ez, you see a lot of similarities. So yes, there's a connection, right? And you also see the same connection with Swahili. You see a lot of words in Swahili that are found in Ge'ez and in Hebrew and in Arabic, but they lied to us. They told us that Arabic influenced Swahili. No, all those languages are related.
Facts.
So you're gonna find similar words because they are all related. In fact, even when you go to West Africa, the Akan word for beauty is Yefeh, right? And in Hebrew is Yafa, Yafod, Yefeh, as we see in Ezekiel 29, beauty, Yefeh, right? They are all related. What we can't do or what we can't allow is for Europeans to classify our languages, because our languages aren't just languages. They are light code refractions. They are scientific ideas that help you understand reality. In other words, there is a herbalist online from Ghana, from the Ewe tribe. And you should see how we use the definition, the word that is ascribed to a herb in Ewe. And that word actually tell you what angel that plant is connected to, the meaning, the word itself, the function of the herb, right? But you don't get that in Western languages. They don't have that, these languages lack that depth because they can't refract the full light spectrum. The language is distorted. So yeah, there is a connection.
Nice. And we have one last question here from Ollie Mackerel. Ollie Mackerel. He says, what do they know about and think about the Hamitic hypothesis?
The Hamitic hypothesis, mighty Hebrew.
The Hamitic hypothesis, what I think about it is what it is trash. It was created by your Gentiles to impose white supremacy and to separate, us from our Shemitic heritage. So they had to come up with what you would call the Hamitic hypothesis, which was basically a hypothesis of teaching that these dark-skinned nations in Northeastern Africa, it's called the Middle East, were dark-skinned Caucasians. Because in these regions, if you're talking about Kemet, if you're talking about Mesopotamia, even as far as the Indus Valley, they looked at these people because they built big cyclopean edifices and structures and things like that, that it had to be Europeans that did that. They couldn't give the credit to, the rich Africans or the rich African Asiatic nations of that region. But it's definitely a racist hypothesis, and that's what it is. It's a hypothesis that isn't determined or even correctly understood by the factual data that we have today. It's a very old hypothesis that it can't even be substantiated. It wasn't substantiated then, it just wasn't challenged because the ones that had the control and pen, they was pushing it. But now we're in an age where information is attainable, and we've answered the challenge continuously and debunked the Hamitic hypothesis.
And to add to that, we must also remember, again, we are people who can absorb the light spectrum. So we are people of prophecy. We see the future. So it would make sense we have books about the future, right? When you go into Genesis, you see Noah gave you, the flood. And Noah is not talking about all of humanity. It's a peculiar lineage of Africans who preserve a particular idea. So let's make that straight. So Noah gave a prognosis, a prophetic prognosis relative to Japhet, who occupy Eurasia, Turkey, and all those regions, and eventually mutated and intermingled with the Neanderthal and produced the Europeans we see today. All right. It says that Japhet will dwell in the tent of Shem. It said that Japhet would be beguiled, patah, the root of Japhet, and become deceived and try to dwell in the tent of Shem. What does that mean? Japhet wanted the power that Shem, us, possess. The word Shem connect to this word Shum, which means a tent for the sun. Those who possess melanocytes, melanosome. Japhet wanted your inheritance. So that's why when you look in the land of Kemet today, the land of Saudi Arabia, the land of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, who do you see there? Those are the lands that was portion of the land that was given to Shem. You see Japhet, Euro-Asians. Now, the book of Jubilee also says that the Elamites were Shemites, you melanin people again, were given the land of India. So what did Japheth did in India? They went in and took over India and suppressed the indigenous Dravidian people. And it's the same Japhites or Euro-Asian that brought us into the transatlantic slave trade, that brought Shem into the transatlantic slave trade. So through colonization, indoctrination, Japheth usurped the minds and the land of Shem. So that's why they came up with the Hamitic hypotheses. They want your birthright. Simple.
Very
That
good.
racism is nothing but jealousy. That's all it is. Simple.
All right. So that's it for the super chats. The remaining one, we're just doing shout outs here. So shout out to Mario Ya. He says, "Ya forever. Can't stop the movement." M2 shout out for $20, and he put a B, or I think it's a B. And Godfather 3000 says, "Shalom, Dr. Ben and the Podcraft crew." So thank you to everybody out there with the super chats.
Shout out to everyone in the super chats.
And that was great. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Good. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mighty Hebrew. Thank you, brother.
I got applause playing in the background. I think you can hear it. Very nice. Well, very good. We got to have you back again when Priest is here.
For sure.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
We got a little bit of taste of Priest. You know what I mean? He will, come back soon. Also, I sent you the album too, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah. We're going to play a couple tracks from there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Are you ready to go into it right now?
Yep. So we can get off this horn, yup.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do it right now. We're going into the song promotion segment.
Yes.
And we're going to start off with the Mighty Hebrew.
Mighty Hebrew.
With 2 tracks here from his album Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. Let me download this right over here and put it over here. It's gonna pop up on screen. And this first song we're gonna play is from track 10, Lost Tribes Remix, written by Mighty Hebrew, produced by Chief Contajo.
Lost tribes of Israel feel pain. Come on. Devil's lies on the rocks without shame. What? Who's to blame? But us, we trust one. And trust the devil and uplift your hard wall. Lost tribes of Israel feel pain. Fuck 'em. Devil's lies on the rocks without shame. Who's to blame? But us, we trust one. And trust the devil and uplift your hard wall. A mighty power frees minds. The Gentile scholars lies to shower to the wise that was blinded. A strange land prophesied. Lost tribes became Philosophy. Apocalypse of Abraham, 32:16, 400 years coming in ships and chains being whipped. Ezekiel 19:4-9, placed in the pit, dying in feces and piss. Sitting next to skeletons, 350 million Paris in the middle passage. Some sisters gave birth to your bastards, creating mulattoes and trios from the poison of demonic semen, being raped by perverted beasts and heat. With a thought of jungle fever, a liar wall said them devils evil. I see the shadow called deceiver in the image of a non-people, speaking the tongue off balance with the rhythm off beat. From the heart that the wolves eat. February the 14th, they feast and ceremonies and tights filling the rush of Israelite blood and Ghana who they first crushed. With the help of Hamites, praising Muhammad as their prophet, ruptured the dynasty of Zah, placing the mind in a genie bottle only for a time. 1969, first Israelite shine in the Mona, kingdom of Yah, resurrect the lost tribes of Israel feel pain. Come on, devil's lies on the rocks without shame. What? Who's to blame? But us, we trust one. Trust the devil and uplift your hard wall. Lost tribes of Israel feel pain. Devil's lies on the rocks without shame. Who's to blame? But us, we trust one. And trust the devil and uplift your hard wall.
Yeah, hey,
that was hard.
I heard my name up in there.
I like that track.
That was dope, yo. Very nice.
Cut. And then this last cut is called GI's Die for Being Joe. Now, I just turned 46. Don't laugh at me, sis. But I was a fan of Alvin and the Chipmunks, right? So I got an alter ego. This album, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon, which is my sophomore album. I put my all into this album here. And it's one of my, I think it's better than Mine Mental Is Never Destroyed. Mine is a classic, but this album here is something special. So I went and visited Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks, sis, and I got him featuring on this song.
Oh, that's hard.
You know what I'm saying? And it's my alter ego. I'm from the streets of North Philly, so I wanted to put like that street conscious. So I took street and put some metaphors, like basically you on battle on the microphone. Y'all hear it, check it out. This is called G.I.'s Die for Being Joe, like G.I. Joe. Check it out.
Nice, here we go.
I ain't no joke, get your motherfucking face broke, Luke, and roar. G.I. die for being Joe, Randy Savage, macho. I knock suckers out like a macho. I ain't no joke, get your motherfucking face broke, Luke, and roar. G.I. die for being Joe, Randy Savage, macho. I knock suckers out like a macho. Honey Park Streets where I'm from. Lose a long dumb a full clip. Hit your lip, melanin split. Talking mad shit. 4/5 on the hip, extended clip. Back in the days, wasn't safe for those hating. Get hit with a stray gunplay, like Ellen catch a fade. Till you see blackness, this ain't internet acting. This is factual, non-adders. Get subtracted on any track like mathematics. Catch one static, they thoughts distorted. Out of order, I slaughter for my honor. Story be mad horror of corpses from dead orphans in the moor. Horns are born in they first born. Back to non-form, see the devil's horns, move thought like storm. I ain't no joke, get your motherfucking face broke, Luke, and roar. G.I. die for being Joe, Randy Savage, macho. I knock suckers out like a macho. I ain't no joke, get your motherfucking face broke, Luke, and roar. G.I. die for being Joe, Randy Savage, macho. I knock suckers out like a macho. I'm built for it, tough like Tonka. Hands hit hard like Kimbo. Slice like Shogun. Snake eye dice game. Ran from the murder scene. Bodies fall on concrete, breaking pavements. For their graves where they lay. For the next, enter the stage, dark side of the moon. There's only I, no room. Creatures in lagoons. In the black, on reggae, solar vision. My mind, oh God. The hip-hop report we orbit in as we metamorph to the next portal. Past my killer tape, I'm hard boiled. One with the soil that we brought with us from immortal beyond time without dimension. The mind focus, rhythm as the world spins without end. A new world begins.
Yo, that beat is fire.
I know.
Get your motherfucking face broke.
Yo.
Hey, I like that. So I like both of them.
Yeah, right. I'm feeling this beat right here too a lot, and it's a good mix.
Right.
Absolutely. I send you the whole album. AD.
Yeah, I'll be bumping it.
That joint.
I'm gonna throw it on a thumb drive. I'm gonna put it on a thumb drive and play it in my Jeep.
Absolutely. Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon.
That's cool.
Is it on iTunes? It will be on iTunes Friday morning.
Okay, so this Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. So everything will be booted up. There were pre-orders. So Killah Priest, Hellraiser, Teller Be Yourself, and some others I deal with. Y'all know y'all get a free copy. So I send that directly to
That's
y'all.
fire, man.
Friday, everybody will be able to get it everywhere. Y'all already know. You can get my first album, My Mental Is Never Destroyed. That's everywhere. You can go on iTunes, YouTube Music, Spotify. It's everywhere. That came out in November. And now I'm working on my third album now called War Cloud. So
nice.
I'm working on that album.
That is nice.
Worldwide. That's awesome, man.
I like the album
cover. Look at that album cover.
I like this album cover.
Y'all, you like that album cover. See, I knew you would like that, AD, you and Killah Priest. My wife, give a shout out to Princess Itana.
Okay, shout out to wifey.
Yeah, she the one that did that, did my album cover and did the album cover for Mine Mental Is Never Destroyed.
That's dope.
And I mean, she's dope. You see, she put the mushrooms there.
That's
she
dope.
got the mushrooms there. And then people, I heard somebody say in the chat, when you played one of my songs the week before last, there's no dark side of the moon. If you look at the moon carefully, the dark part you actually see is me. I'm the dark side of the moon. You see how I'm saying? So it's a metaphor. And then you see the 6-pointed shield on the right side of the moon. She just.
It's nice.
Right. She's creative.
Covered together perfectly.
Right. She's very creative.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, so give a shout out to Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yeah.
I just
Alvin and the Chipmunks.
I wanted to do something different. I wanted, back then, the era of hip hop I grew up out of, it was like you could be creative. You had the Food Snacks, Daz Effects. You just had Redman. You remember, let me get busy with my funky fly stuff because I cut your freaking eye. It was a lot of creativity back in the day. And I think we lost that creativity. The last elements of creativity that we seen was like the early millennium with Missy Elliott, Busta Rhymes. You ever see their videos? They were very creative.
Yeah, it's true.
Just outspoken and, bringing that imaginary into reality. So I said, you know what? I'm going to bring a hard joint. At the same time, they'd be like, it's dope, but they also laugh at the same time.
Yeah.
I purposely made that song just like that.
It's entertainment, man, at the end of the day. That's good.
Absolutely.
And you got a feature right there with Alvin.
Right.
That's good, man.
Real good.
So I'm going to close out. Thank you for having Dr. Rofeh on Killah Priest Podcast.
Absolutely.
We will come back to part 2. We love y'all. Toda Rabah. Shout out to Killah Priest. Coming out to the Facebook. Rafu, the audience, we love you all. I say actually good morning because it's 7:54 a.m. in Tanzania.
Wow. Oh, damn.
All right, good morning.
Yeah, you see the sunlight, see?
Oh, wow. I thought you just had another light back there.
No, that's the sun, man.
Man.
Oh, man.
That's so dope.
All right.
Right.
We love y'all. Shalom, AD.
Hey, absolutely, man. Thank you so much.
Peace
And thank you, Ben, also as well.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Dr.
Shalom,
Ben.
shalom.
All right. You guys have an amazing day.
Morning.
Absolutely. All right.
All right. Shout out to our guest, Mighty Hebrew, Dr. Ben, giving us a wealth of knowledge. A lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm full of knowledge. So full.
Yeah.
Full. That was some dope music, Mighty
Absolutely.
Hebrew had. Those 2 tracks was nice.
We still got a couple more tracks to go.
All right, let's go.
So we've got 2 submissions here that I'm gonna be playing.
I just want to repeat, like, I ain't no joke. Get your mother.
Hey. Right. Okay. So this first one here is from Coverboy.
All right, Coverboy, what you got for us?
Get it ready. 1 second. All right. This. Closing out the Zoom.
Okay.
And here we go. So this is going to be track 6 off of Sears Dimension Volume 2 called Sears Dimension 11. All right. So let's see. Track 6.
Track 6.
1, 2. Here we go. I'll fix it. Yeah, I hear something really passionately being spit to this, you know? I could almost hear Mighty Hebrew on this.
All right.
You know? Someone would have to rap a little slower to it.
It sounds like a video game.
Yeah. Coverboy has the ability to transport you into an atmosphere.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah. That was cool.
That was good. Shout out to Coverboy.
Yeah, very cool. I could hear the rapper doing something to that.
Okay.
You know, something passionately being spit. You know, I'm the big bad wolf coming into this shit. You know what I mean? Something really, it has a growing type of feel to it. You know what I mean?
You want to spit on it, AD.
No, not me, but like someone who could really just get in there and do it. I wouldn't mind mixing it. You know what I mean? Making it sound hot. But that's what I hear on that track. That sounds cool. All right, this next one here is from Bilal Salam.
Bilal Salam.
Yeah. And this one's he's from Newark, New Jersey, and the track is called LA's Nothingness.
LA's Nothingness.
Or is it La's Nothingness? We'll see.
Supreme being in the nature manifested doors. Pressing metals, harpsichords, sword, Lord is all. Semitic like Musadik, Semitic like Marrakesh, Semitic like Salam, Semitic Arabic. The noble council scribbled scroll on the alabaster. Upon the Moor's land, the Merlin swirled wind. Divine command is immeasurable. Diverse version Bizier swerved in. Operation Magic Carpet, Operation Solomon, Operation Albatoire, Operation Under 10. Not the mean, Bach was the ends. La ilaha illallah. Post-sabbatical, the radical Bhakti flipped the T. Ruibos for Billa wrote the succinct Silsilla. Trikisa Zilla. Between Bach and the Harrier was a barrier swung through. Calligraphic ornamentation is right. Illustrious infernos illuminated the light.
Sword Lord.
No sheath but the Lord's sheath, no veil but the Lord's veil. And was bound, and was wound, and was wrapped around. The God's nature was manifested in the supreme being. The eastern flicker with the underwings provoked swings.
Sword Lord.
The yellow throat was the Zad Zadakat. Definitive scale distinguishment left no remnants. VJ was antiphonal with the eagle, the Lord's regal. The perfect iron's in hand, the perfect tea is on the lawn. Bakalan harmonized the band from North to Azerbaijan.
Sword Lord.
BJ was overjoyed with the shade M drew. Muhammad was on the green, Ali was on the court, the birdie from the swingers for a sport. So self-oblivious, imagination mimics relics. It's the true and living Yemen. The owl was burrowed, less is more, so the brow was unfurrowed. The Parula led the promenade around the Palisades. The M is not the LK or the J. Choose green over gray, thrush the threshold's doorway.
Sword Lord.
The all-rad litanies were ordered, and then was given the floor. Bach raised to the ceiling. 6.5 split 2 1s and 9/11 with a million names.
Sword Lord.
The radical socialist motionless before the strike. Whitey was struck and flew through the night. Intel's the light. Swung at the seated wax wing with the backswing. Resurrected, reposed, unparked on the slope. And was Gowanus Godzilla with the garden of Zamzam and Tefillah.
Sword.
Remembrances rotated through different parts of mind's days hidden before revelation. Experiences witness and faith's acceptance supported claims. That's game. Ranger Lottie Green stored. Bach is above board with the embroidered harpsichord.
Sword.
Immersion surfed the wave of the water hazard. Overcame the Qibla Ka with the one true essence gathered before being slathered. Triple the 120 lessons. Investments are the best tense along the blessed stints.
Sword Lord.
Say, supreme being in the nature manifested doors. Pressing metals, harpsichords, sword Lord is all.
Sword Lord.
Semitic like Musadik, Semitic like Marrakesh, Semitic like Salam, Semitic Arabic.
All right.
That was dope. I want to go.
Yeah. I like the concept. That B3 Hammond organ with the vibrato is really dominating the whole sound wave. You know what I mean? I hear your poetry, hear some good spoken word, but I need to hear like the volume up. You got skills, but your mix, I'd bring it up a little bit, compress the audio, because you're saying some very profound things.
Yes.
But that organ is like dominating, and it's a frequency thing. You know what I mean? You got to drop down the EQ in the middle to give like a little platform so that you can nest your vocals on top and be heard. You know what I mean? Because you're saying some great things.
Great things.
But we have to kind of like squint and struggle with our ears to hear through that organ, because that organ is just dominating right there. So it's a mix thing, you know. If you could remix that and compress those vocals so we can really hear that poetry.
Yeah, I want to hear it again.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Because it's a great concept. It's some good spoken word, and it sounds like you're saying some very profound things.
Right, he was.
Do you know what I mean?
He was dropping some gems.
Yeah, anytime you hear an organ like that, it's like you're in church or something. You know what I mean? So it's definitely captivating.
Yeah.
But we want to hear the volume up on your words. That's it.
All right. Well, that was good though.
Yeah. And that we only had 2 song promotions today, besides the 2 we played for Mighty Hebrew. But that's cool.
That's good. Shout out again to Dr. Ben and Mighty Hebrew for the wealth of knowledge. We are so full, and we're definitely going to use the tools that they gave us. I learned a lot, things that I didn't know.
Right? There was some knowledge in there.
I even took down some notes, wrote down some scriptures to go back and, look at, and break it down. So thank you, Dr. Ben, for your wisdom and your knowledge. And Mighty Hebrew, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to submit tracks for the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Links in the description. That was great.
Well, that was good.
Yeah.
Oh, good night, everyone.
How'd you like that?
I loved it. I really did. And
Nice.
shout out to the cafe for sitting down, being with us and thriving with us. Shout out to you guys while Priest is out. Thank you again for allowing me to be here. Once again, allowing me to be in the presence with you guys. And thank you for the love that you guys share. It's definitely most appreciated. And I hope my love and light, you guys can feel it. And I appreciate it.
Nice. And thank you, because you do a great job as a host here.
Oh, thank you, AD.
As a guest host.
Thank you. You make me feel very good. And thank you, for making me feel comfortable.
Yeah. Well, you kind of a natural with it, so it's perfect.
You're just saying that.
Hey.
But it was good. But that was really good.
Right?
That was really, really good.
We're going to end the night with a live performance of Killah Priest, Lance Mitchell, and Jocelyn Miles performing Liddy in the Netherlands.
Oh.
This is a video that just got launched 6 hours ago, so
okay, cool.
might as well. Shout out to the super chat we just got from someone with a name I can't figure out there.
What is that?
Is it backwards for satin? It's NTAS. Yeah.
NTAS. Well, shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out to you.
For the $20. We appreciate your love donation.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you guys have an awesome week. Continue to let your light shine that the whole world may see. And have a beautiful weekend. Until then, peace and blessings. And thank you for having me.
Yeah. Peace.